Thank you. Welcome to this evening's Planning South Committee. I'm Councillor Dennis Brown, and I shall be chairing this evening's meeting. I shall be supported by the Vice Chair, Councillor Member, and Professional Officer. Thank you for attending this evening. I remind members of the public that this is not a public meeting, but a meeting at which the public has been invited. Therefore, it is not a forum for the public to ask questions or challenge the points raised during our debate by members of the committee. If you have requested to speak, when invited to do so, please keep to your allotted time. Please also refrain from calling out during debates or trying to catch the attention of the members. We're not expecting a fire drill this evening, so should you hear the fire alarm, please leave by the nearest exit. There are two, one is just here on my left and one is behind me. And we meet in the centre of Horsham by the bands. May I also remind members of the public and the members of the committee that you should turn your mobile phones to silent or turn them off. When using the microphone, please ensure that you have it turned on when you are speaking, and when you finish, please turn it off. When members are voting, could I ask that you raise your hands clearly, your arms clearly, so that we can get an accurate count to the vote. Before we proceed, could I ask the officers to introduce themselves, starting with the officers on my right.
Good evening, Agent Smith, Major Application Team Leader.
Matthew Paul to Senior Panel, so.
And part of the head of development going control. Claire Brown to the planning solicitor.
Okay, if at any point you can't hear clearly at the back of the room, check on attention and I will make sure that we speak more clearly and I have the panning to the microphones. Thank you. Apologies, do we have apologies for absence?
Yes, we have from Councillor Roger Knoll and Councillor Josh.
Minutes of the previous meeting. Just a point on this one, you will notice that there are two sections to the minutes. Section 2 is restricted, and therefore if you have any points to raise on that particular section of the minutes, please raise them with right to democratic services with proposed changes. We should not be discussing them in public this evening. I do have a change for the minutes for the first section, and this has been proposed by Councillor Philip.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to propose under the lead bomb application a clarification that officers confirmed at Kings Barn Lane will provide access for emergency service vehicles and pedestrian and cycle access only. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a, sorry, do you have a seconder? Mr. Croker, thank you. All those in favour of that amendment? Thank you very much. If you have that amendment, can we now agree the minutes for the meeting? Really? Thank you very much. Every minute says agreed. Declarations of members' interest. Are there any declarations of interest of the members? No. Thank you very much. No announcements from myself or the Chief Exec. I now need to move to item number 5. It is proposed that the meeting time for Planning South Committee on the 17th of December and the 21st of January is moved to the later start of 18:30. This is due to a local plan examination which is being held during December and the early part of January, which impacts availability of the room. Do I have a proposer? Councillor Campbell, sorry, apologies. Councillor Campbell. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Clark. All those in favour? Anybody against? Any abstentions? No, therefore they're carried at the meetings in December on the 17th of December and the 21st of January will start at 18:30. Thank you. Right, agenda item number 6, appeals. Any points to raise on appeals? Councillor Circus.
Can I ask basically two questions? One, and in a sense relates to a question I asked last night at the planning training. Roughly how long are appeals now taking? That's the first question. The second one is, we use the expression under point 2 here, consideration of the following appeals has started. What actually do we mean by has started? Do we mean the inspector has started looking at the arguments? Do we mean the inspector's opened the envelope? What actually does started in this context mean? Thank you, John.
Thank you, Councillor Circus. In terms of started, when an appeal is initially submitted, then effectively validated by the planning inspector, and they give it a start date. And so once they give it that start date, that's when effectively the appeal becomes live. We get a timescale for how it's going to proceed. And so it's at that point when we get a start date, do we add it to your agendas and we let those consultees represent those who've made representations know. So that's what the start date means. It's an official term that the appeal process follows and what the planning inspector give it. In terms of timescales, I don't know off the top of my head, I'm afraid, Councillor Circus. I did see an article in one of the planning magazines, was it today or yesterday, that says the pins are now on track for their timescales. So I do know that they've been working hard to improve their performance and timescales are now better, but I'm afraid I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what the average timescales currently are.
Because it used to be, Chairman, we were told at one stage it was taking a year for an appeal to take place. I presume that from what Emma said, that it's now improved considerably, but we don't really have a picture of how long in practice these
There
things.
is, if you go on the planning inspectorate website, they do have the timescales on there, so I can certainly come back to you after the meeting, Councillor Circus.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on appeals? No? Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to item number 7, the first application this evening we are considering, which is DC 202577. It's Rushfields, High Bar Lane, Bacon. Please could the officer present the application to the committee.
Good evening, members. Just a note on the officer recommendation for this application. There isn't a time limit to the completion of the section 106 imposed. It's your officer's recommendation that time limit is 4 months. Just something to recognise when you come to making your decision on the application. So this is a full planning application for 25 new residential homes, including access and related works at the former Rushfields nursery site on High Bar Lane, Bacon. As outlined in red on the slide, the site is adjacent north of the settlement and butting the built-up area boundary.
We're just going to swap technology due to the flashing screens. Yeah, sorry. It usually lasts a good 2 hours before it starts flashing. That's fine.
So as you can see now, hopefully I'm flashing, the future settlement expansion north and east of the site is constrained by policy imposed by the Bacon Parish Neighbourhood Plan. So obviously, as the committee report details, the district does need to provide for the number of new homes, a significant number, And the development plan includes a settlement hierarchy that ranks the settlements on ability and appropriateness to accommodate growth. And Bacon is ranked as a smaller village. So Horsham District Council has endorsed this application site as an allocation in the future new local plan, 25 new homes. And that in itself supports the council's view that the site is well located for access to existing amenities and suitable for the number of homes that are proposed in this current application. Notwithstanding this, it is recognised that the proposal at present is a departure from an aged development plan. So on the slide are some photographs as the site is existing. It's a former plant nursery with remaining buildings and hard standing from the redundant use are to be demolished. You've got countryside to the north and the west of mixed size fields. You have Old House Farm, which is a non-designated heritage asset to the north. And the setting of that, its significance has already been compromised by the built form around. The site's enclosed by a tree belt to the east. Now that limits views from the site from the public right of way, which runs adjacent to the recreation ground. Parts of the west and the south side boundaries are more exposed, and they provide filtered views in and out of the site. So as the slide shows here, this is the new housing laid out across the site, informed by the retention of boundary hedgerows and trees. That's in response to the rural context of the west side of the boundary, bat mitigation measures which are necessary, and also safeguarding of residential amenities. In this proposal, there is a 40% affordable homes provision, and that exceeds local plan requirements. And the open market and the affordable homes are a range of sizes and tenure to accommodate local need. The site's going to be drained by sustainable means with satisfaction to the flood authority. So site access serving development will be via a formalised junction on the north side of High Bar Lane, and that's at the existing site access. And separately, you've got two vehicular accesses to the east of that junction, which serve plots 2 and 1. And you have 2 metre footways either side of the junction that extend to an uncontrolled pedestrian crossing east of the junction, and that connects to the south side of High Bar Lane and then onto the public recreation ground and the bridleway to the facilities at Abbeyworth Meadows. So the new access works being designed to ensure adequate visibility with swept path analysis and a safety audit undertaken. And to ensure that the access is safe, the Highway Authority is requiring new enforceable parking restrictions, and these will be secured by traffic regulation order. They're around the bell mouth of the junction to ensure there's adequate visibility. So all the highway matters, including the car parking provision of 61 spaces and the cumulative impact on the local road network, are all to the satisfaction of the local highway authority, who raises no objection. So in regards to the habitat regs and the Arun Valley sites, we've got a proposal that demonstrates water neutrality. It involves on-site efficiencies and fixtures and fittings, and then offsetting via an enforced change of the water authority supplier. And that's a proposal that's endorsed by Natural England. And then bringing all those issues together and then applying the planning balance, because the council can't demonstrate a 5-year housing supply. The applicant submits mitigations to address all the material considerations when necessary. And those mitigation limits and reduce harms when set against the benefits of the proposal. And so therefore, as officers, we feel the proposal delivers valuable development when set against national policy and hence the application is recommended for approval in line with the recommendation of the committee report, plus the time limit to the completion of the 106 of 4 months. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite the first speaker, please, and that's Benny Goodson. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Faye Goodson and I'm Chartered Town Planner and Planning Manager for Design Development. And I'm speaking in support of the application. Specifically to speak about the water neutrality solution, which has been considered acceptable now by England and the officers. As has been set out by the officers in their presentation, 2 parts make up the solution. Firstly, a number of water reduction measures to be placed on site to new homes, such as aerated showers and taps, and water efficient white goods to reduce water usage. Secondly, the outstanding water use on site will then be offset using a bespoke scheme located at Horsham farm in Brunswick, within the Sussex water north of Horsham. This offsetting scheme will involve the water supply at the farm switching from Southern Water to Thames Water, for which Thames Water have confirmed acceptability of. This will therefore remove the water use of the farm from the affected factory site, making the application within the Sussex water north resource zone. I'd like to thank the planning officers for their continuous work on this application since it was submitted in 2020 and involves their professional report and recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Chris Lyons, please. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, members. My name is Dr. Chris Lyons, and I'm the head of UK Planning at SR Consulting. The scheme before you is for 25 new homes, which 10 of the houses will be affordable. That is 40%, which is more than the current local plan requirement, plus 1 self-built unit as requested by the council. The scheme is adjacent to the existing settlement boundary to the village, the large housing development to the south, an existing dwelling to the west, and development to the northeast. The play area and recreation grounds lie immediately to the east, and the site is therefore well located. In addition, the Abingworth Meadows Village Hall and Shop, sporting facilities, and other amenities are a short walk away to the east. The sustainable and suitable location of the site is supported by the fact that the site is proposed allocation in the draft local plan under policy PCA 19 for 25 homes. This demonstrates the council accepts it as a good site for new housing. We also believe, like your officers, that the site meets the criteria set out in the FAD document. As you know, the council do not have a 5-year housing land supply and have out of date local plan, so the presumption in favour of sustainable development applies. The officer's report makes clear that there are no adverse impacts with the proposals to demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the scheme. You can see from the layout plan that the scheme is a high quality proposal, the boundary planting, additional trees throughout the development, a good mixture of unit types to give variety, and an interesting streetscape. The location next to the play area will allow any children to have good access to the amenities and create an inclusive development where the new residents will be able to walk to nearby facilities. We believe this will be a very attractive development and one that will be popular with future residents and integrate well into the existing village. Therefore, we ask you support the officer's recommendation and approve the scheme. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jay Bond. You have 2 minutes.
Working then?
Yes, you can make sure you speak into it. Okay,
I'm Jay Bond. I live directly opposite the proposed site. Lakeland has already had a substantial increase in housing stock recently, with the Abingworth development still ongoing, with further houses yet to be completed and then sold. Local infrastructure as schools, doctors, surgeries, etc. are not able to cope with the increase in population. In addition, there are no viable public transport system in place to service the current residents, let alone further additional population increases. High Bar Lane is first and foremost a small single road stroke bridleway and is used daily by cyclists and horse riders. This area is also home to many young families in which children both play and negotiate High Bar Lane, whilst transit into the playground to the north of the lane. There was also a peach point located at the playground designated to young children to cross, creating an additional major safety concern. High Bar Lane is simply not suitable for heavy plant vehicle generation, general construction traffic, and additional residential vehicles. There are currently 139 residents on or joining High Bar Lane. This site represents an additional 25, with a further planning application understood to be put forward for a further 40 residences to the east. High Bar Lane is opposite the proposed site will be immediately, my house and houses opposite will be immediately impacted with their privacy of these new builds. The proposed site will immediately impact our privacy and subject to high levels of noise, pollution, and seeing as though we're so close to the area. There will be a permanent loss of privacy once the building phase is completed. The lack of proposed guest parking on the plans, with 6 for the 25 dwellings and the families that they live there, will likely maintain more than 2 vehicles and have visitors forced to spill onto High Bar Lane, increasing the congestion there. In addition, High Bar Lane is also currently being used as overspill parking by residents of Linfield Cox, where there is insufficient parking for today's modern family demands, causing serious safety concerns due to the volume of vehicles creating restricted access to emergency vehicles. All of this is before the additional loss of parking due to the creation of the crossing and junction entering the site. Lastly, there is currently little or no light pollution on High Bar Lane. Further housing would cause an increase in noise and light pollution by the very nature of the build in the field with no light or noise currently. The site is just outside an international dark sky reserve, and nothing should be built that potentially raises light pollution further in the village.
Thank you. Could I ask you to bring your comment to
In
conclusion?
conclusion, it can be argued that Thackerham and Abingworth has taken a much larger share of the Horsham District Council's quota for new housing, and any further development should be reconsidered and not in an overdeveloped small village such as Thackerham and Abingworth. And I therefore strongly object to these proposals.
Thank you. Matt Howe, excuse me, sorry, Matt Howe, please. You have 2 minutes.
Directly opposite the proposed development, we have done so for more than 2 decades. Both of my neighbours and I have been totally ignored. The only reference to us in the report is that this construction would not give rise to unacceptable impacts onto amenities. This statement totally underestimates the devastating impact this will have. The report seems more concerned with alleviating the presence of on-street parking on the south side of High Bar Lane, as if they have uncovered evidence of a crime, and is totally believable. The plan to take away the current on-street parking is a tangible loss of amenity. However, when it suited the council previously, these 10 to 12 spaces were cited as vital and that it should be protected. How will these be replaced? Where are existing residents expected to park? How can double yellow lines outside our houses and across our driveways be considered acceptable or enforced? The traffic report these proposals were gleaned from took place nearly 3 years ago. One visit on a Wednesday in the middle of the day for 35 minutes during lockdown. To base this wholly inappropriate plan on these traffic figures is outdated, unrealistic, and in no way a reflection of current vehicle movements. High Bar Lane is a deteriorating single track road in places, a public right of way, unable to cope with construction vehicles or the resultant increased traffic. The traffic report does not recognise this and is inherently false. Also, a pedestrian crossing with tactile paving, effectively installing a rumble strip directly outside our house, will lead to a huge increase in noise with each of the hundreds of daily traffic movements. If you approve this construction and further damage avenues with overdevelopment, please commit to the following: to revisit the dangerous and impractical access junction and the inappropriately located crossing points. Ensure the water neutrality plan is fully implemented and monitored before a single brick is laid. Guarantee Reside will not revise their plans to increase housing on the site once approved. Their commitment to residents amounted to a single letter in October 2020 with a helpline and email address that never existed. It will be up to you to hold these developers to account on behalf of your existing parishioners.
Excuse me, can I ask you
Please
to
do
bring
not
your
let us down.
to conclusion? Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Steve Watkins, please. I remind you, you have 5 minutes.
The parish council has read the papers in connection with this application and note the officer's recommendations. However, we maintain our original strong objection to this application for a number of reasons. The main objections, which I will set out without going into great detail, are as follows. 1, it lies outside the built-up area boundary. It would narrow the green gap between Statham and West Chiltern to the north. The site is classified as agricultural land and contains high quality grade 2 land whose best use is not house building. Such housing development cannot do anything other than impact negatively on biodiversity and ecology. Site is not included in the Statham neighbourhood plan, and that is a valid plan. This should hold considerable weight. Reference has been made to the fact the plan is not up to date. However, we were advised to await the outcome of the new district plan before revising our plan. Of course, that has gone on for some time. It is noted that, contrary to previous applications, the district plan does now include this site. Although that plan is still in draft, and we say it has limited weight. Statham is rightly designated as a small village with very limited facilities. Reference has been made to facilities. We have a cafe with a tiny few shelves that purports to be a shop. That's it. Statham has proportionately had more housing development than any other parish in the district. Since 2017, the number of houses has increased by a massive 50%, with 400 additional dwellings. Any further significant development, such as this application, would be damaging. Bear in mind there are 2 similar applications of similar sized developments outstanding. One just a short distance along High Valley Lane, and another nearby to the south. If all 3 were approved, it would add further 80 or more houses. We're not against sensible development, but surely it makes sense to defer any decisions in order to determine which, if any, applications would be in the best interest of the community. Let's bear in mind there is no viable public transport from Statham, and all normal day-to-day services such as schools, shops, etc., necessitate car travel along the B2139. This road has significant highways issues which predicate against increased traffic volume. And inevitably, this development would increase traffic and pollution issues in the nearby hub Storrington, where people do most of their activities. Water neutrality has been referenced quite rightly. The parish still feels that this site cannot adequately demonstrate water neutrality. The proposal is to have 2 remote sites which switch their supply from Southern Water to Thames Water. We believe the new type of scheme is flawed. Firstly, we question what data was used to calculate that only 56.85 people would live on a development of 25 properties that comprise 6 to 8 bedrooms. We believe the calculation of consumption be far higher, which would then question the rest of the maths and the offsetting scheme. As to the offsetting scheme, The information that the farm meters have supplied is only partway through the farming season and not indicative of the summertime usage, where consumption would be at its most concentrated. The data was collected between December 23 and June 24. The early part of this year had abnormal amounts of rainfall, which would certainly offset the requirement for new water after catch-up. The planning department has not listed any form of legal documents to ensure that the properties involved cannot change their mind for the life of the development and switch back to southern water at a later date, which would be the legal right guaranteed by Ofwat regulations. The houses will be in situ for many years, but how long will the brickworks and the dairy farm be in existence? In light of this new development in water neutrality, and due to lack of information, guidance, and most importantly, policy at this moment, Bacon Parish Council urges the committee to object to this application, or at least defer to a later date, till HDC can demonstrate through its planning policy a robust, legally binding approach, which can clearly demonstrate how development and further partner sites outside of the local scope can draft, implement, and secure agreements for the lifetime of the development.
Could I
to
ask you to
protect the
bring,
off-street scheme.
could I ask you to bring your comments to a
Yeah.
conclusion, please?
So for all the reasons that we have set out, we ask the auditors to reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just in response to a couple of those points that have been raised. In terms of the parish's comments first, we assessed the classification of the land for agricultural purpose. That's detailed in the committee report. We went to external consultants, agricultural consultants, and they looked at both the classification but also the historic use of the land, and noting that it's been evidence that it's contaminated. And basically, notwithstanding its classification, there's a recognition that the size of it as a holding wouldn't be, in their words, flexible, productive, and effective as any other use of a same agricultural grade. So that basically addresses that point in terms of the need to safeguard it. It's not a viable agricultural enterprise for the classification points of view. In terms of the green gap, I've just moved to the slide at the beginning of the presentation. So does my cursor appear? I'm not sure. It has done in the past, but publication it doesn't.
Yes.
Okay, so sorry. Where the cursor is now is basically showing the green gap policy restriction in favour of land, and the red line is the application site. So it doesn't impinge on the green gap as we hold Bacon as we know it, and Abingworth has expanded. In terms of biodiversity, the applicant's obviously gone through all the necessary surveys and come to the evidence conclusion that there are mitigations to protect those species identified as evident on the site, using it for commuting and foraging resource, and has put in those mitigations. It doesn't come out to the conclusion that it's a negative outcome to biodiversity. In terms of the dark skies, we're quite far, well, we're very far distant from dark sky reserve. So these scales of maps, it relates only to the principally to the South Downs as the dark sky reserve. But irrespective, there is no street lighting proposed in the scheme. Obviously, lighting from inside the buildings, security lighting will happen because people need to feel safe moving around their own property. But there are safeguards in terms of a lighting strategy as a condition of the approval, principally to deal with that mitigation, but will also extend to addressing light spill generally onto the residential. In terms of the street relationship, where neighbours who talked about privacy. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about an introduction of a new building directly opposite those owners who spoke today. But it is a street relationship and the distance is such that it's looking out onto a public street where there's an acceptance of a reduction of visibility. It's not a back garden to garden back window relationship. So those distances are acceptable to avoid intrusive views into private areas of the house. Maybe having accepted as sort of design practice. There was a lot made about parking. And I'll just go to the slide. So this shows sort of the street view example of the carriageway width. There is evident on-street parking already. Appreciate that it's not the widest road, but the road safety audit has been done. County has looked at those dimensions of the carriageway and are not saying that construction vehicles can't get through there. So in terms of the routing and the use of High Bar Lane for access to build out the scheme, there is a control through the construction environmental management plan where we can try and reduce those impacts. But in terms of the principle of using High Bar Lane as the point of access to build out the scheme, that's not being resisted by county in terms of the dimensions of the street and the road. There obviously will be some displacement of vehicles, but they believe that the surrounding road network can accommodate that. We have got a scheme which is presenting in excess of the parking standards. If you were, and also if you were to include garages at even more parking than the standards require. So although visitor spaces are not one-to-one units, they're still satisfactory from the point of view of the standards that are applied across the county, but also site taking the site circumstance as well. So they have a look at that, and there are tailored standards to areas where in particular parts of the county, they're not just county-wide standards, they do take into account the existing network. In terms of movements, there was one mention made about the build out here at High Bar Lane where my cursor is. So this is to the east of, as you left the site and you're walking along eastwards, and you can get onto the recreation ground. So as part of traffic regulation order, and as a financial contribution offered by the developer to improve the surface in around there and look at the arrangement of the signposting as part of the traffic regulation order. So hopefully that will make that area safer, although it's not identified as a risk in the road safety audit. The only issues which are identified in the road safety audit were these areas identified by the blue arrows, and one of them is the position of the uncontrolled pedestrian access directly outside of block 3. So that was subject to some change during the lifetime of the application, and county have looked at those 3 points in the road safety audit and have signed off the road safety audit. They feel that there's enough measures put in to address those, largely by keeping those visibility displays and through traffic regulation order. So it would be very difficult for us to to challenge those positions in that assessment. And I think my colleague is going to cover the water neutrality. Otherwise, Harry's talked about the neighbourhood plan. And obviously we're dealing with a neighbourhood plan that's 8 years old now, so it doesn't have the protections under national policy in the paragraph 14. So I think that's a frustration shared with many parishes, but that is the situation, and we have to determine the application in the current circumstance. We can't delay determining applications for a future event or eventuality.
In respect of water, I'll make a couple of quick points. The speakers refer to the data as being flawed. I'll just remind members that this is a solution that is proposing at 2 sites in the Waterloo district, Woodson's Farm and Whitworths, that we resupply themselves from the Thames water supply rather than Southern water. And that comes up with data, and I'm just checking the numbers here. I believe the water consumption of around 20,000 litres per day. And what is required for development is in the region of 4,500. So there's about 3-4 times as much water as there is needed to offset. So even if the data is squiffy in terms of only being 7 months for the farm, there's clearly significant headroom in the data there to cater for any irregularities. In terms of how that would be secured, that would be in a legal agreement that would bind the landowners to both making their connection from Thames water and evidencing that the Southern water connection has been discontinued, and we'll be able to enforce against that at any point moving forward. And that restriction will carry on with subsequent landowners as well. If the farm ceases to operate as a dairy farm, then in the first instance there will be less mains water coming out of Horsham, so there will still be a water neutral position. But like I say, the restriction will be ongoing to any future occupier of the farm that they take their water from Thames water. So our view is that this is a water neutral position, and that is endorsed by Action. Thank you.
Yeah, so there was also mentioned by the neighbours about the age data used for the traffic modelling. So very recently, the applicant has done a cumulative assessment. So this takes account of this scheme plus the other potential local plan allocation along High Bar Lane. And so that they've not been treated in isolation, and it comes out that the additional trips equate to 1 extra trip every 2 minutes along High Bar Lane. So I can understand why, as neighbours, you feel that there's an introduction of more homes that equates to a lot more traffic. But when you work it through the modelling, it does level out to at least that amount, which is then very difficult to be able to say that has a severe impact on the road network.
Thank you very much. I call upon the ward councillors, and firstly, Councillor Circus.
Thank you very much, Chairman. A couple of general points first. In 1.4, we say that the applicant has presented that the existing nursery business on the site is unviable. It's a funny word, presented. I think too often we have taken the word for the applicant that an existing use is unviable. And perhaps at some stage the officers could tell me what effort they make independently to judge whether that is indeed the case. The applicant would say that, wouldn't they? The second point is in 6.7, we have a very strange paragraph that says that the Fakenham Parish Neighbourhood Plan carries full weight in the decision-making process, and then goes on to say it doesn't actually carry much weight, which seems somewhat contradictory and illogical. I'm very glad, Chairman, that last night a lot of emphasis was put on reading the reports. Very important to read these reports, because this report, it seems to me, makes the case quite effectively to turn this application down. We're told in paragraph 6.10 that HDC considers the site as sustainable. And then we have throughout the report plenty of evidence that it's nothing like sustainable. So we have there's a move towards convalescence, that Thacombe remains identified as a small village with very limited facilities, consequently limiting the scope for further housing growth. We see mention of the site comprising grade 2 agricultural land. The officers agree in 6.4.2 that it harms visual amenity and landscape character. And we have also an admission that the site is ecologically sensitive. In 6.12, we're told that the village has no schools, health facilities, additional shops, or active employment sites, as well as having very limited public transport facilities. I can't help feeling, if the officers feel that this is a sustainable site, I'd very much like to know what an unsustainable site would look like. It would be funny if it wasn't so serious. We know what's happened here. There was going to be a major strategic site called Buck Barn. It was either Buck Barn or Abbersay. And when that was taken out of the district plan, it was necessary to make up the shortfall. And so what officers did is they went around the parishes dumping houses to make up the shortfall. That's how we ended up with Melton Drive. That's how we ended up with Smock Alley. That's how we've ended up with this development. I think it's very unfair that Thacombe is being used, in effect, as a dumping ground for housing, given, as was rightly pointed out by the people who've spoken today, that Thacombe has proportionately taken more housing than any other community, including Horsham itself, over the years. And this is an unwanted, unsustainable development by any logical meaning of the word. In the circumstances, I think the case is overwhelming to reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Circus. Councillor Dennis.
How can I follow that? Sorry. I was going to try, but I think what I'll say is
Thank you. Councillor Manton.
That came to me a lot quicker than I expected. Yes, what can we say to that other than endorse what Councillor Circus has said? However, I will continue with some notes that I've made. I notice perhaps the officers could help me out here. I notice in 1.12 we're talking about only 40% of the properties being fitted with active EV charging points, and the remaining 60% with passive infrastructure, and that cycle parking will be provided. I'd like to ask the officers why that's such a small number considering the growth in electric vehicles now, and whether at some point, if this is proposed to be carried by this meeting, that we can add a condition to require a little more infrastructure there. I move on to 1.23, where I am concerned, being a resident of Storrington, about the air quality management area. This development, as is the other developments in this small village that has taken far more than its fair share of development. How this will affect the Storrington AQMA. And I will come back to, well, I'll consider it now. The village has taken substantially more development than any other place in the district. But to my mind, having lived in the area for 35 years, it has not had anywhere near the enough or the right development in infrastructure, i.e. The roads, the bus services, cycle paths, active routes, doctors' surgeries, shops, schools. I know that they've had a couple of allotments, I believe, some footpaths, but these are, well, they're very nice to have. What they need is proper infrastructure. Sorry if that's not. Moving swiftly onwards. On the air quality management area, perhaps the officers could help me on this. We say in 3.5 that the air quality assessment shows an air quality damage cost to be £2,347. A paltry figure in my mind. I don't know how it was arrived at. One would like to think that, as with water neutrality, that could be annually in perpetuity. I don't know why it's not. I don't know why it's not a much larger sum, considering that you're only offering to put in 40% of EV charging points. It just seems a nonsense to me. Utter nonsense. I've marked same as it was the harm to the village and rural character. Covered that. I note that Fakenham Parish Council have issued a strong objection. The site is not included in their neighbourhood plan. I know that officers will come back and say that because there's no local plan active at the moment, the neighbourhood plan diminishes, etc., etc. But it should not. It should not. It's the neighbourhood plan. It should be the primary thing that we look at. And in fact, as Councillor Surge says later on, it is the thing that the Fakenham neighbourhood plan is now over 5 years old. But carries full weight in the decision-making process. I think that, yeah, I'll stop there. It is outside the built-up area boundary. There is grade 2 agricultural land that should not be built on in the current form. Yeah. I come back slightly to the point. I know that West Sussex County Council Highways have no objection. I can understand to some extent how they look at it, why they come to that opinion. But the infrastructure is inadequate in my view. There has been none built in the past 35 years of any meaningful thing. That concerns me. And finally, if we do move to accept this, I would be minded to add some conditions with regards to renewable energy and the safety assessment on bike parking. I don't know how far away from the properties the bicycle parking will be. but we've had a discussion with in the past, planning committee about being within 25 metres of a residential property where modern bicycles tend now to be more and more electric with batteries from China that could catch fire. So I would like to be assured about fire safety around the bicycle park and the distance between them and the properties. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I can come back on those points. I didn't show these in the presentation, but I think it's helpful to show the photographs on the slides, just to illustrate just how derelict and overgrown this former site is. And I think there should be a recognition that to bring it back into horticultural use would really require a considerable amount of investment for site clearance. It's been evidenced through the applicant survey that it's contaminated. That's a concern for our environmental health officer. So they have to clean, soil remove the whole site and restore it. And fundamentally, the site's been allocated, or it's identified as an allocation within our new local plan. So we would have gone through that assessment step of whether this land should be safeguarded or horticultural, agricultural use. And obviously, by being a draft allocation, the conclusion of that was no. The EV provision. So what is presented is building regulations compliant for the houses. There's a condition 29, which provides for further agreement on provision for the flats. It's obviously open to members if they did want to look at whether those ratios that are in the current offer could be increased. If there's a package as part of wider renewable initiatives for the housing as well as the flats. For the cycle, that will all be within the plot demise. So for houses, it will be in the back gardens and sheds. In the flats, it will be in the communal amenity area. I'm not aware of electric bikes posing a fire risk. I think there obviously has to be a proportionate approach to what we are asking for in terms of reduction of risk. It might be that if they are part of the charging system specification that comes in with the condition, we could look at that element as well as the actual location of the provision of the EV charging for bikes and cars. In terms of air quality, it's a very technical subject. Basically, they at the moment look at monitoring station data provided by the applicant, but also council. And that's why there's repeated reference back to the Storrington AQLA. Our environmental health team did challenge the initial findings, and they came back in 2021 with more information than the applicant on that. It's on face value, it seemed a low figure, but it is what our Sussex Air guidance calculates out as damage costs. So we have a methodology which we use, and that's the sum that comes out of it.
But only once.
Yes, so it's a single lump sum figure. It's not to be repeated per annum. In terms of the comments made about the weight to apply for the vacant plan, what I hope the report is conveying is that we're not dismissing the vacant plan. And where that reference to full weight comes in is we are still giving the neighbourhood plan weight,
Full weight?
yes, but the weight,
Excuse me, sorry. Members, if you wish to speak, you must raise your hand and come through the chair. Thank you.
but when you, even if you were to afford it the full weight, the fact is that the weight that we don't have a 5-year housing supply, and therefore those benefits come into play outweigh it. There's a lot of references to weight in there in that response, sorry, but yeah, that's how it is.
Right, sorry, open this to debate from any other to the council, any other member wishing to speak? Councillor Clark.
Chairman, I've got lots of questions, which either we can take as I go along, or we can save up for later, I don't know, I'm the Chairman.
We'll take them now, councillor Clark.
Okay, the first question I had was, to do with, one of the conditions. Looking at 6.49. Basically talks about formal footway and shared surface treatment. Folks, are officers certain that, doing the replacement of formal footway with shared surface treatment in the development, that condition 15 is solid enough to allow this, or does condition 15 need to be qualified with the form of words that ensures that that is done? That's been the first question. Second question, 6.55 talks about the nearness of the new development to the other. The separation distances involved is sufficient to mitigate intrusive. Do officers, can officers tell me what the distance is so I can judge that one? Another question. In paragraph 6.107, actually quite that. I did find it interesting that under the precautionary approach, the average number, this is reading 6.101. The precautionary approach, the average number of animals to be removed from the calculations, and bulls have not been included in the calculation. That did leave me somewhat perplexed. It's not a serious question, it's not.
Sorry, councillor, what did you say is not been included? Could you just clarify?
6.101. I just thought it might be a title or something. But anyway, looking at 6.107, the mitigation, the monitoring of the remaining 7.1. My question is, who will do this and who will pay for it? The monitoring to make sure that the meter readings, including the remaining sort of water meter, will be collected every 6 months, the first 2 years, and therefore annually. Whose responsibility is it? And who will carry that? I know I've got questions. Sorry. There it is. In the condition 18. It talks about minimum of 30 megabytes per second through 4 to 5 of broadband. My question is this ambition not a bit limited? Shouldn't be a gigabyte? The proper connectivity? There might be a good reason why it's not possible, but I just think that the council is being a bit strict with Scott's consent. I think that's it. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the broadband issue, that condition sets a minimum, not a maximum. It's similar concept to parking standards, where the condition is there to make the scheme acceptable. So there's a level of the baseline level of provision, but it's not necessarily striding for the maximum. So that's why it's worded like that. It's across board. That's how we apply that particular policy, condition for all applications. On the point about the surfacing, so when we look at the condition, we don't look at the condition in isolation. We obviously read the officer report and the background to why the condition was imposed. So although the condition doesn't explicitly say we want to have more shared surface, because you have that narrative within the officer assessment, any officer picking up at a discharge stage will realise that's the intent and strive to begin negotiations for that. Obviously, you can see the site layout plan here. We are quite limited in less footway for safety reasons. So it's probably more at the northern end of the site, say block 12. Does that need a footpath at that point? Probably not, because the vehicular movements and other highway user conflicts are probably quite low. Maybe block 10. But as you go further into the site, you've obviously got parking courts and a lot more movement. So I think if you've got a young child, you probably want to retreat to the footway at that point. Condition 28 talks about state roads to be agreed. So I think that's probably the better condition to try and achieve that outcome of managing the balance and shared surface with user safety. I think my colleague's coming back on the water neutrality point. Oh, sorry, he's just checking the distance to the neighbour. Yeah. Okay, so I think what you were referring to was what's in the report, plot 22, 23, well actually plots 20 to 23. So these are the ones that back onto the bungalows. So this relationship is obviously one that impacts the neighbour most, and it's max minimum 90 metres. It is tight, but it's not untypical of a suburban environment where you've got sufficient depth for back garden to allow for some respite, but also the orientation and the angle of the bungalow. So you haven't got first floor bedroom windows looking out on each other. And also when you're an occupier of, say, plot 22, looking down, you're looking at an acute angle, so you're not going to get a direct intrusive view into the bedroom. It will be at a peculiar angle where it won't be focused more on the roof side actually of the bungalow. What would happen is they'll be overlooking at the garden, but there is a distinction made between gardens and private habitable space when we look at the degree of harm on loss of privacy and overlooking. So in terms of invasiveness, I think it's just okay, although it is quite an introduction of harm to that neighbour.
Yeah. I understand, Councillor, your question around the bills was that they weren't included in the estimate of water consumption at the farm, which sits at around 24,000 litres a day. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, it was a comment that I found a bit odd in text. I was more interested actually because you just got to monitor this sort of water and the Thames water thing into the report.
Sure, and that would be through the section 106 agreement, and that clause is meant to allow us to monitor as well as the evidence to come forward from the applicant as well. And that would be resolved at drafting stage of the
I've always been told, especially by officers, that what's not in the condition when the application is passed, assuming it's passed, let's say, it's not in the conditions, it doesn't exist. One bit surprised to hear, well, the context is in the text, it's one thing, so that when it's discharged, it can be taken account of. But I've always been told in the courses I've been on run by this council, that if it's not in the conditions, it doesn't exist. Second point is, with all of the problems that we have with public standards, the analogy I'm drawing is parking standards that needs to be brought up in theory, scientifically, I think it's in theory, but it's been, but it was drawn up as a policy. The 50 gig broadband, who drew it up? Where did it come from?
My understanding, councillor Clark, is this is a county initiative. Now, I'm breaking my brain from memory here, so, but my understanding is they're county led on this, and it's something that a condition they recommended, and it's a county-wide condition. Now, whether it goes far enough or not is perhaps a good question. Maybe we can revisit that, but I don't think we should revisit it in terms of an individual planning application. I think that would have to be a discussion with county in that respect. So happy to take that away. In terms of your section 106, and obviously the recommendation does explicitly say the completion of the section 106 legal agreement. And the expectation is the details within that, where it discusses that, would be included. But you know, if members felt they wanted a belt and braces approach, you could always ensure that's included within your resolution. You know, the legal agreement shall include, but not be limited to ensure that or noted in the minutes, for instance, so it's clear, but that is always the intention, that the details discussed which are considered to be necessary to make the development acceptable, which aren't in the conditions, would then come forward as part of the legal agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other member have a comment? Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. I understand all of the discussion that's going on about this proposal in Bacon, which is creaking under the weight of development for sure. But I'd like to also put in a word for Storrington, which, as we all know, it's a village creaking under the weight of traffic, 5 million vehicles a month, 40% of them speeding. And I'm just wondering if it's possible to include some S106 monies towards the impact on Storrington of village, and which will definitely suffer from this towards including cycle and pedestrian routes, calming measures, and also the something to address further the AQMA impacts. I was quite surprised that the £2,347 as being not really adequate to address the impact on that community. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
In terms of your last point, it's a Sussex-wide document in terms of that damage cost, and it's a document that our environmental health colleagues use and come up with that figure. So I think whilst we may or may not think it's too big or too small, ultimately there's an adopted methodology behind that is used kind of county Sussex-wide. So I think it's difficult to have an evidence base that suggests another figure, and I think that's the key point. Again, when it comes to your first point about Storrington, is you can only require matters if they are required to make the development acceptable in planning terms. You would have to have an evidence of to what that impact is. You would have to have a project in which is identified for money to go towards. In this case, we don't have those things. So I think whilst I recognise that the concerns here, ultimately it's not required to make the development acceptable. It might be nice to have, but unfortunately that's not the planning tests. Thank you.
Any final comments from the members? Councillor Clark, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I've heard several people mention it's in effect an unfair proposal because Bacon has had a higher growth rate than any other area. There are two questions on that. Is that accurate? Not very mean so. And even if it were, is that a valid planning consideration?
I'll answer that question. The growth that Bacon's had really started back in 2010 with Avonworth Meadows, which is nearly completed, 209 homes with a whole wealth of infrastructure, including cricket pitches, sports pitches, pavilions, community hall, room for a nursery, etc. That added on probably 40% onto adding. But what's important to note is that is not material to whether a further amounts to 5% onto adding work, which is these 25 homes, whether that is acceptable or not. It's determined based on the merits of the application that is in front of you, which is said 25 homes on a site that is in a derelict condition. It's allocated within our draft plan that carries limited weight, but also importantly that we don't have a 5-year housing land supply. So therefore, any harm that has been identified, and it's almost inevitable that a major housing site will result in some level of harm, that harm must significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the NPPF. So in this context, I would advise that, yes, Abingwood has had a fair chunk of development over the last 12, 13 years or so. But it's not material to justify the refusal of 25 further homes in this case, which stands on its own merits. And officers recommend that applying that tilted balance, that this is an acceptable development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
I have one additional question.
I'm sorry, carry on, please.
It's a very good question. I think it will be very easy to answer. I have looked that there is one, broadly I support this application, I have to say. And your answer was very useful in reinforcing my that. I do have one small concern. Is that we talk about this being on contaminated land. Now, I just want to make sure that there is going to be sufficient controls in place to make sure that this land is actually safe to live on. If it's not safe for agricultural use, which I understand because there's a lot of broken glass in the soil, I just want to make sure that it's actually safe to live on as well. That's a question.
Yeah, so there is a condition for no works to start on site pre-commencement, for there to be an agreed decontamination and remediation strategy.
And that's a recognised standard.
Yeah, so that will be signed off by ourselves in consultation with environmental health here at the council, and they will make sure that the report is done by a qualified consultant and also it has to know that it meets their satisfaction.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much. We've had a very thorough report on this, and it's good to see that a very large number of queries that have come through from the various members and from the points that have been well made by the members of the public have been addressed both in the report and in the supplementary replies. It's an awkward situation to be in because this is not in line with our current development. However, we are operating under tilted balance, and the test is therefore different from how it would be normally. And each of those specific responses or questions about problems, the harm that's done, and there is some harm, have had, to my mind, satisfactory replies, and I'm not seeing any evidence that there is a reason that this should be refused while we're under the tilted balance. And one factor that particularly adds to that is that the officers have, in their assessment of forthcoming local plan, looked at this site and judged it to be a sustainable site. It doesn't mean it's a perfect site, none of them are, but given the housing numbers that we're going to have to take, there are some tough decisions in some cases. And this does not seem to me to cross the bar. That means that we could stand, that we could reasonably refuse it under the tilted balance.
Thank you. I'm going to ask other members one final comment. Any other members? I'll come back to board councillors in a moment. No? Okay, coming back to the board members. Councillor Circus, do you want to make any further comments? Can I remind you that you might wish to be mindful how you express things?
Oh dear. I've got the feeling I'm being told, Jim. Sure enough. Um. I can remember, one of the advantages of having a long memory is that you can actually remember things. I can remember when we previously had no 5-year land supply. And we turned down applications, they went to appeal. And the inspector supported the view that we made. What I think is happening here is an attempt to say that if because we haven't got a 5-year land supply, that trumps any other considerations, including the fact that in reality, this is an unsustainable site. That just isn't the case. It isn't the case, and I'm sure our solicitor friend can confirm that. And my experience confirms that. And if it were otherwise, perhaps somebody could tell me why we bother to meet here. Because as I've said on a previous occasion, we could cancel all meetings of Planning South until such time as these issues of a 5-year land supply have been resolved. I also think that there's an issue here about the fact that it is in the draft district plan. I call it the district plan rather than the local plan, because I think the term local in this context is misleading. Because what I think is happening, there is a battle by officers to retain the integrity of the draft plan that has gone to the inspector to be considered. And that's what we're up against. And again, all I can say is, if we're saying that a site that is in the draft plan that's gone to the inspector, if that is not negotiable, why is this application in front of us today? What is the point of it? If that is a trump card that can be played against us and to basically force us to agree with the application. So I think we should judge this application on its merits. And I think on its merits, the report makes very good arguments that I don't need to make, that they're made in the report as to why this application should be turned down.
Thank you, Councillor Silvers.
Thank you, Chair. I think as Councillor Service well knows, paragraph 11D of the National Planning Policy Framework, the NPPF, refers to a test in situations where there is no 5-year housing land supply and for decision taking. It does not mean that every single application that comes before committee must be approved, but it does set the bar very high. And the wording of the policy says that any adverse impacts of granting permission. Sorry, I'll read the whole thing for the benefit of the public actually. So where there are no relevant development plan policies, and in this case, our plan is local plan is out of date, and we cannot demonstrate our 5-year land supply, housing land supply. All the policies which are most important for determining the application out of date means granting permission unless any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in this framework taken and forward. So it does set the bar high. We have the allocated site in our emerging local plan, and yes, I don't think that there's any particularly, I don't think it's a secret that of course we seek to defend the integrity of our local plan, because if we cannot rely on that, then we're inviting speculative development all over the district that we find it very difficult to defend when we come to appeal.
Thank you. Councillor Dennis. Councillor Matt.
Thank you, Chairman. I find myself in a slightly difficult position here. I'm not sure what the process is. I would like to propose some additions to the legal agreement. I then don't know whether they are voted upon separately before we decide whether to use this, or whether, if I propose an amendment and you vote on the amendment, that then means that the application is approved. Would you please enlighten me on that?
Okay.
Councillor Manton, if you have things that you feel should be included in the agreement, you can put forward that as a motion. I would suggest that is voted on separately, and then we vote on the substantive motion. That would be my suggestion, if my colleagues would agree, but let's not do that. So I would suggest you put that forward. Obviously, we'll see if there's a seconder. I could give any advice on that, and then we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Right, on that basis then, in regard to the AQMA in storage, which I would say we can significantly and demonstrably show harm at the AQMA in storage. I would propose in mitigation the addition of a legal requirement in the S106 agreement. Of the 61 parking spaces, 80% will be fitted with photovoltaic cells on the roof and active EV charging points, and the remaining 20% with passive infrastructure. Plus, there will be an element of S106 money towards the AQMA mitigation in Storrington. The time, building time on site, I've suffered from this, and I would like to see it 8 till 5 Monday to Friday only, with no work on a Saturday. And I would also like to see a safety assessment of the bike parking, assuming that there will be a significant number of battery electric bicycles stored within close proximity to it. Don't quite know how you placing that into a nice neat clause.
Okay, I'll just seek guidance on this, if I may.
You can. Thank you, Patsy. Thank you for your suggestions. I think as a starting point, we need to consider, are these necessary to make the development acceptable? And in doing so, we need to relate that back to planning policy and planning requirements. So in terms of the 8% fitted with photovoltaic on the roof in terms of parking spaces, I think we all want to see greater kind of enhancements within built development, particularly if it's beneficial to the climate. The difficulty is there isn't a policy to back that up, and we can't add requirements in that don't have a policy context. So I think, as my colleague said, there might be some scope to look at the number of vehicle charging points, etc. But I think that is quite onerous, and obviously we need to also be consistent in our decision making. So we can't just add something on this site that we don't do on others. So I think that's my point on that one. In terms of the working hours, there is already a condition, I don't know if you've seen it, Councillor Manton, condition 38, oh 38, sorry, I did write 38 down. And that sets out the suggested hours of operation. These are generally standard hours of operation for major schemes. And I think, you know, if members were to look at a reduced hours of operation, there would have to be a very good reason why this particular site has additional constraints that mean that that is necessary. I think ultimately it's a residential development next to a residential development. I don't think there's any particular reason here why we would suggest something over and above what, again, being consistent, what we would normally put on other sites. In terms of the safety audit for cycle parking, I think my colleague said we can look at, actually, you're sorry, talking about electric bicycles, Councillor Manton. I think we can certainly look at the provision, within some of the existing conditions that we have. But again, the difficulty is, I just find it how would we assess this, the safety audit, and ultimately, again, we don't have a policy. I certainly think we can look at where that goes, etc. But I think it's very difficult to suggest why this site is different to others and why we should take a different approach and how that is backed up by planning policy. Ultimately, Councillor Manton, you put it forward as a motion. And you know, it's for members to make that decision. I can only provide my advice. So obviously if it's seconded, we can go to the vote on it. But my advice is there is perhaps some scope in terms of additional electric vehicle points. There's some scope in terms of looking at where that cycle parking is, both of which I feel can be dealt with by conditions, but the other elements I don't feel are reasonable or necessary. And should not be included. Thank you.
Councillor Manton, yes.
Yeah, thank you for that answer, although I was, sorry, my brain, and I couldn't recall where you started off on this, but I'll just come back to the fact that it's motivated by regard to the air quality management area, which is significantly and demonstrably affected, and will be by additional vehicles of the internal combustion engine type rather than the electric vehicle type, and building movements on a Saturday morning would also Saturday being a shopping day when everybody's going into Storrington, working on the site as well would contribute to the damage to the air quality management area. So yes, I would like to put the motion. We'll see whether it's whether anybody's prepared to.
You need to come forward with a worded motion, Councillor Manton.
Yes, Chairman, I did my best the first time.
It's okay, if you can read it out again.
In regard to the air quality management area, we would require of the 61 allocated parking spaces, that 80% of the properties will be fitted with photovoltaic cells and active EV charging points. And the remaining 20% dwellings with passive infrastructure included. That building site times would be as per, did you say section 38, Emma? Whatever times, was that an eight till 5 on section 38, Monday to Friday?
It's condition 28. Yeah. Oh, sorry, 38. I said it again. Condition 38. And condition 30 as drafted says 8 till 6.
8 till 6.
Monday to Friday.
I'm happy with 8 till 6 Monday to Friday, but not Saturday.
It says, yeah, as currently drafted, it says 8 till 1 on Saturdays, but
Yeah, not Saturday.
Okay.
8 till 6 Monday to Friday. And that a safety assessment of parking battery electric bicycles be undertaken in line with what we're currently doing with our battery energy storage systems.
Do we have a seconder for that? Okay. All those in favour of the motion?
Excuse me, Chair, point of order. Do we not debate the motion? No. Okay, thank you.
All those in favour of the motion? All those against? Any abstentions? Therefore, the motion is not passed. Councillor Todd.
Question, a point of order, and then I'm happy to have the answer at a later date, but why did we not debate motions? It seems, you know. We are before.
Sorry, there has been a significant delay prior to making this motion come forward, prior to the count. On that motion, we have discussed the application, and we have had a significant report provided by the officers on this. I will feel advised that we're going to need to have slightly further discussion around the motions. Thank you. Okay, I'm now going to move to the votes. And it is to approve the planning permission, subject to the appropriate conditions and the completion of the necessary 106 agreement within 4 months of the decision of this committee, in such longer period as agreed by the director of place, acting reasonably and properly. All those in favour of this application? You? All those against? Any abstentions? Okay, therefore the application is approved. Thank you. Okay, we will take 5-minute breaks. But please, sorry, before we leave, members, do not engage with the public. Thank you. So we're just waiting for one councillor. We know it comes to this final view. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 8, DC 240788, land at Duckmore Farm, east of Billingshurst. Please for the office present the application to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a reserve matters application which seeks approval for those details not included within the outline application. The land at Duckmore Farm was allowed to appear. As you can see on the slide, in red is the site which benefits from outline plan approval for 83 homes, which is to the east of the town of Billingshurst, that joins the built-up area boundary. It's opposite the near completed strategic allocation of some 400 homes known as land east of Billingshurst. So on this slide shows the land use and landscape parameter plans approved at outline alongside the reserve matters layout plan for the detailed development where my cursor is. It shows 83 dwellings spread across 2 fields, which is the developable area, with a third field as open space. Site access will be via Danswell Drive, and that's a matter that was addressed at the outline stage and approved at the appeal. All the highway matters were to the satisfaction of the local highway authority, which raised no objection. So as detailed in the committee report, there's overall conformance with the parameters and the conditions of outline. That's noting the incursion of plot 60, which is identified on the slide in yellow. So the following series of slides just show the site context, which doesn't materially differ at present from the outline stage. You can see views A and B look east and show the proposal will be experienced in the context of the development nearly completed out, those 400 homes. And the western part of the site is also closely related to that development. Views C and D look north and they show the site well contained visually, both due to its topography, and the extent of existing landscape features which remain largely intact. There's gentle variation in the landform across the site. There's a slope east and west within 2 fields, south and north. These views here look west from Woodindale Lane, and you can see that 3 fields are bounded by dense hedgerows and mature canopy trees. The eastern field is more remote and less closely related to the settlement, and that's why your officers do not consider it suitable for a fixed based equipped play area. And you will note from the committee report that the play provision is subject to future negotiation by condition. This last slide on photographs and site context is views from the public footpath that's parallel to the north boundary, and like the outline stage, the vegetation is to be retained along all site boundaries and will provide physical and visual containment of the site. So on this slide, you can see the new housing design, which as officers feel takes appropriate reference to the adjoining residential development and the rural edge context. Those new homes, both open market and policy compliant affordable provision plus custom blocks, are all of a range of sizes and tenure that accord with the local demographic need. And they are arranged to reduce the impacts on residential communities to neighbours to degrees of harm that are within tolerance. The proposal will be adequately drained to appropriate standard and also contains safeguards of noise impacts by condition. The custom block provision, which is on where my cursor is shown, was judged to appeal to the material benefit going towards why the inspector allowed the appeal, and also had benefit to the council's requirements on their self-building custom housing obligations. So in regards to the habitat regs and the Arun Valley site, the proposal has once again demonstrated water neutrality with a proposal that involves on-site efficiencies with fixtures and fittings and offsetting by the rainwater harvesting system at Devonshire Farm, which is a dairy farm near Budgwick. And whilst, as reported in the committee agenda, there is third-party concerns raised with this strategy. The approach to resolving water neutrality continues in the view of officers to provide the necessary certainty to a robust mitigation scheme that is again endorsed by Natural England. So, in conclusion, the applicant presented a scheme that is in overall compliance with the parameters and the conditions approved and outlined, alongside mitigations to the harms where they are identified, and the approval of the outlining details, which is what is under consideration in reserve matters, not the principle or access into and out of the site. Where those details have being provided, it is felt that they deliver sustainable development and are weighted against the benefits. So the application is recommended for approval and that's the committee report. Thanks.
Thank you. Can I invite the first speaker, please, which is Julian Goodbow. Sorry, Julian Goodbow, please. And you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the application before you this evening. My name is Julian Goodbow and I'm the Regional Planning Director for Bellway Homes. I'd like to make some brief points in support of the application. Firstly, and as helpfully pointed out by your officer, the planning context is important. We are seeking the approval of the remaining details of the already granted outline planning permission. These are the details of the houses, their elevations, layouts, external appearance, the open space, and the landscape. And as already noted and explained in section 6 of the officer's report, the principle of development has been established and is set. This means that issues including affordable housing, air quality, water neutrality, open space, and public rights of way have all been assessed and determined to be acceptable. The scheme has been designed to provide a broad mix of housing typologies and sizes, catering to the local market demand, as well as policy compliant level of affordable housing. This is offering 29 homes, again with a broad mix of types and sizes to reflect housing needs. The scheme also meets urban design established principles and can be regarded as good design. Core element of the scheme is the new community parkland on the eastern portion of the site. This will deliver a significant area of 3.7 hectares of open space for new wildlife habitat. There is also a 15% net gain in terms of biodiversity when compared against the existing site's agricultural use. With regards to energy, the proposed scheme will deliver a 59% carbon saving through the use of air source heat pumps and other measures. This represents a significant betterment in standards and those required under the adopted local planning and building regulations. We've noted there are a number of representations received in the course of the application that are centred around the suitability and deliverability of the already approved water neutrality solution. Even though the approach and solution has been scrutinised by the planning inspector before it was approved, the objections have been meticulously assessed and
Could I
included.
ask when your comments are concluded from it?
They've been meticulously assessed by your officers, and the conclusion is simply that the water neutrality that was accepted by the inspector remains acceptable. We welcome the recommendations in the officer's report and respectfully request that you approve the application before you. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Brett or Bank to speak, please, and remind you that you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith, and thank you for the time. In my opinion, the Duckmore Development's water neutrality scheme is fundamentally flawed. It fails to meet the standards required by the planning sector. This failure stems from critical omissions, contradictions, legal and technical, and inconsistencies that collectively render the scheme scientifically unreliable. First, the exclusion of cleaning water from the neutrality calculation is a glaring oversight. Clean water is routine and predictable demand, and its emission artificially lowers the overall consumption levels. This exclusion creates an incomplete, inaccurate representation of water demand, directly contradicting the standards of scientific rigor required. Second, the rejection of Homes England occupancy data in favour of outdated district-wide averages from the 2021 census severely underestimates water demand. Homes England data is more representative of modern developments, particularly affordable housing, and its inclusion would reveal higher occupancy rates and consequently greater water consumption. Third, the use of an overly optimistic runoff coefficient of 0.9 for rainwater harvesting calculations inflates the projected water yield. A more conservative coefficient of 0.75, which accounts for real-world inefficiencies, would drastically reduce the estimate of water offset. Together, these two factors alone, Homes England occupancy data and a conservative coefficient, demonstrate that a water scheme is not water efficient. Additionally, the neutrality statement relies on only 2 months' worth of water meter readings, which is entirely unreliable, fails to account for critical seasonal adjustments. This limited data overlooks peak water demands during dry months when rainwater harvesting yields are lowest. By relying on such a narrow data set, the scheme ignores the real-world variability of water supply and demand, risking significant shortfalls during periods of climate change. Legal precedents such as Ward versus Secretary of State and Rye versus Secretary of State emphasise the necessity of the most reliable and comprehensive data and environmental assessments available, further casting doubt on the scheme's reliability. In conclusion, these omissions and inconsistencies, amongst many others, show that the water neutrality scheme is incomplete, speculative, and ultimately deficient. It fails the threshold of scientific certainty, and on that basis, it cannot meet the conditions set out by the inspector. Therefore, I urge you to refuse the application on the grounds the scheme is not water neutral. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sam Baton, please, can you have 5 minutes, Councillor?
Thank you. I want to first begin by providing some background context for those listening who are not fully familiar with this application. Firstly, this is an application that's here with already received outline planning permission. We got it from the inspectorate because permission had been declined by this council previously. The reason the council declined permission was sound. This development is outside the built area of Billingsworth. It's not part of the parish neighbourhood plan. It was, and still is, poorly situated. However, the inspector at the time of appeal realised that Horsham did not have a local plan, it did not have a 5-year plan in place for land. And unfortunately, the administration we had at that time preferred to take a pose of righteous indignation and dodge the issue. It didn't go away, and so they opened the door wide open for speculative applications such as this. I can't undo the past. That horse is well and truly bolted. Outline planning is already in place. The responsibility of this committee now is to make the best of this situation. The Billings first, let down already. We need to ensure that this development is of the highest quality and that it does not place any further strain on our community's already scarce resource. Thankfully, our planners, our technical teams, and in their way, thank you, have actually worked hard on this scheme. I might not like where it's placed, Billingshurst might not like where it's placed, but the scheme is well laid out. It's landscape-led. It seeks to be sympathetic to the semi-rural location and reflect the Sussex vernacular. In that regard, I thank Elway's technical team for its professionalism and for listening to feedback. The house types they're presenting have a range of tile hanging and weatherboarding, trying to reflect the countryside feel of the place. They've softened the scheme with mature camp trees. They're leaving most of the trees in place around the side perimeter. And so the country area as well will be welcome to the community's amenity. In short, there's been some thought here. It's appreciated. I'd like to see some more of it. Thank you very much. However, there's still a risk of poor quality finishing. We've experienced it before in Billingshurst, and to that end, I'd like, if it's possible, to persuade you to request an update to Condition 7. Specifically, I'm hoping you'll put an amendment in place where the location of external pipeworks is pre-agreed. That's to ensure that externally hung SVPs do not become a feature of these homes that they did with the cinema. Externally hung soil vent pipes are unsightly, unnecessary, and have absolutely no place in modern house building. So please can I therefore request that amendment to Condition 7. Secondly, the play facility to address the rights of children to play was detailed in the scheme, but they were removed because the siting was considered unsuitable. It's true, the siting was not suitable. But now we are at risk of the scheme being agreed behind doors. We don't want that. Board members are hoping that we will be involved in the play strategy for the development at the earliest opportunity. Plans for play must be agreed alongside the community. So I'm hoping for revision to Condition 7, specifically to require play facilities as well are installed at ground floor slab level. The rationale for that is to ensure that we're not chasing for those facilities after the production teams are up to left the past is new.
Yeah.
Leaving the council that takes inefficient and costly enforcement processes to resolve them. Ultimately, this site is now part of how we're going to address our housing needs. It's unfortunate, but we have to accept it's happening. And I'm hopeful that by supporting those two amendments, we can at least hope to make sure that this is something that Billingshurst at least feels a little more at peace with. There's a need to build. We shouldn't forget that our young people need places to live, and the waiting lists for affordable housing in this district are much, much too long. Leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, if I can respond to the points made there. In terms of the last speaker there, the points raised about conditions, if that was a motion put forward by any member, that is something we could be accommodating amended conditions, but it would require that motion to come forward first. In terms of water neutrality, 4 key points made by Mr. Banks speaker there. And I've largely addressed these ones in the report, but I'll go over them again for clarity. The first point was the emission of clean water in the calculations of water consumption at the offsetting site in Devonshire Farm. The view of officers, and this is set out in the report, is provided all that matters here is that the farm uses more than the 10,734 litres required to offset
the Duckmore development, the application site in front of you today. At appeal stage, the calculations indicated that there's around 24,000 litres of water being used by the farm. And it appears that there's some concern that the water use of the farm might be greater. That is not a problem, because all that matters is 10,734 litres is offset. So even if I'm reading one of the letters here, that 58,000 litres is used per day. Again, that doesn't matter because all we need is 10,000 litres. In terms of the second point raised around the Homes England data being more reliable than census data, I'll point you members to page 99 of the agenda pack, paragraphs 695 and 696, which cover this matter off, and our views on that evidence base, which is very helpful, but in our view, it doesn't change the dial in what is the appropriate methodology here. The data from Homes England, achieved through Freedom of Information requests, amounts to some 1,770 homes out of the 9,600 odd homes that were granted in that same period. So it is a select sample size. Conversely, our census data from 2021 covers the entire district. So whilst, yes, it may be true that occupancy rates in affordable homes is higher than average, that is being compensated clearly by under-occupancy elsewhere. The more reliable data as far as officers are concerned, as endorsed by Natural England, is that census data picks up the most reliable broad picture of what occupancy rates are across the district. And it's worth sort of reminding that if people are then moving from older housing stock in the district to newer housing stock, then clearly there's a water saving there because older housing stock tends to be less efficient than new. So when you look at it in the picture of water consumption in the district, then clearly it's better to go with the census data as a more holistic set of data. In terms of point 3 around the runoff coefficient, so this is when calculating rainwater harvesting skills. The methodology accounts for water lost through splashing off roofs or overspilling gutters, etc. My colleague will just show a slide. We've got the British standard in 2018. This table here sets out those coefficients. And as you can see, the top one here, 0.9, which is what the applicants have used and we agree with, relates to pitched smooth surface roofs. Now, the barns that have been, well, the barn that's been installed at Devonshire does have a smooth metal roof. It's worth noting, if you can go back to the previous slide, the next one down, it's a rough surface of 0.8. There's no 0.75 there, with 0.7 and 0.8 also being flat roofs with and without gravel. What's important to note here is if you run the numbers. So based on this 0.9 coefficient that the applicants and ourselves agree with, creates a headroom of some 2,900 litres a day in the water calculations. If you shrink it to 0.8, use that coefficient, it still maintains a 1,300 headroom. And even if you go down to 0.75, which Mr. Brett advocates, you're still left with headroom of 467 litres a day. So in all 3 scenarios, water neutrality is demonstrated. The final point that's raised is around the two months of meter readings. Now we need to bear in mind that this water neutrality solution has been agreed by an inspector at outline stage, secured within conditions and a legal agreement. What matters here is if there is any new material information at this stage that warrants a change of tack in how that water neutrality strategy comes forward. Now, 2 months of meter readings were supplemented by other data from, I believe it's from DEFRA, they're called, but that uses standard calculations based on evidence as to how much water consumption cattle used. And in those calculations, it's 42,000 litres a day. So the meter readings showing 24 are less than what the calculations using standard methodologies are, which still means that the Devonshire farm uses far more water than is needed to offset this development. So the view of officers is this additional information that's coming. It's very detailed, it is helpful, and it's been right that we've reviewed this information. We've conducted a further appropriate assessment. We consulted Natural England with this information as well, and alongside our appropriate assessment, and Natural England concurred with our findings. So our recommendation as officers is that this remains a water neutral development based on mitigation secured at outline stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just call upon the board members, Councillor Mark Bain.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to say that I don't like this development. It's, as Councillor Bateman has said, it's in the wrong place. It's on the outer extremity of the village. It's not within either the neighbourhood plan, nor is it within the draft local plan. It's not popular with residents. It's also not needed, given the context of a strategic site just a few hundred metres away in the east of Billingshurst site, which has been referred to. You could almost say that Bellway might be being a bit greedy here, because they are the proposed developments for the east of Billingshurst side, which is the major one. And yet we have this one as well. Having said I don't like it, we've heard the history. We've heard the fact that this committee rejected the original outline application. We've heard the fact that the inspector allowed the appeal. So the horse is bolted, the ship has sailed. So in those circumstances, I will reluctantly support this motion. However, I would like to make an amendment or propose an amendment, and those are the amendments as suggested by Councillor Bateman, which I think we can debate. We can go to that vote after the debate, presumably, so rather than having to extend it too long. But just to repeat what those amendments are, it's around the no external SVP pipes hanging off the buildings, and play facilities to be established at slab level and done in consultation on location and content with the local, with HDC, with the local ward councillors and the parish councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. And as you know, Councillor Bailey, I'll come back to the commission in the discussion of that once we've had the same debate. Thank you. Councillor Trott.
Chair, I don't really have anything to say other than to parrot Councillor Bainham's words. I feel like it's another development being forced upon Billingshurst. I know the residents don't want it, and I feel that it's unnecessary, but likewise, I can't find anything within planning law to that would allow me to object to it. I would welcome Councillor Bateman's recommendations. We can move those forward, and I will support those. And I, like Councillor Bainham, will reluctantly support this application.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to comment on this application? Councillor Croker, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Really just to echo other members' comment really. It's just to understand the planning inspector in this case. I'll be happy to support Councillor Bain's motion and second it required. Thank you.
If I can just clarify just a couple of points in relation to the council. The first point was no external soil vent. So I just want to just caution that that might interfere with building regulations requirements. I think that perhaps an alternative would be that the details that come forward through condition 7, which is materials, you can make sure where they are located sensitively on the properties. So they're going to appear on principal elevations, etc., which cause an eyesore. But I would caution against outlawing them altogether. I would say it might make the buildings unbuildable. So don't generally deal on that. And the second point around play facilities being established, it's the word established by slab level, because that would be slab level of the first dwelling. I think my understanding is that it's important to agree the details before slab level at an early point in time. But there might be practical reasons why it's not possible to live those play facilities in the middle of a building site. So I would sort of suggest that we amend condition 11 to agree those details before slab level works above slab level commence. Thank you.
I'll come to you. Councillor Baker.
Yes, I'm not a builder, so I don't want to stop I might want to stop the houses being built, but I don't want to do it on a technicality. But as long as they are complied with the spirit and principle that Councillor Bateman was talking about earlier, because where they are not needed, they shouldn't be there. So only if there is no other reasonable alternative. Yeah. And as far as the play facilities, well, what we want to ensure is that there's not just a plan that stays there and never gets enacted. So there would need to be something within the agreement, the conditions, to actually be enforceable on that. But with those provisos, I'd be happy to perhaps you would actually help me with the wording of the motion, given that, but we can get onto that
I'll come to you in a minute. Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you, Chair. It was just about the play provision. I think it would be good to agree at slab level above. If it could specify the occupancy, or some sort of threshold that it has to be built out by, would be useful. I think we've had previous sort of 50% occupancy or something like that.
Yeah, yes, just to clarify, we're just discussing this as well. Yes, you can have a trigger point where play facilities are required to be delivered. And we just these are the thoughts on what the figure should be. And it needs to be clear at a point in time and it's clearly deliverable in the wider average development site here. So we could look into beyond 50%, so it's also just 75%. Would be probably the appropriate ballpark. And this is just to clarify the context that the precise location of these place facilities is not yet agreed. So in theory, it could be on fringes of one of the housing parcels, or it could be in the open space. So that's why I just need to be a little bit careful that it's an actually achievable. Thank you.
So there's no conflict with the construction phase.
Okay, Councillor Van der Burg.
Is there a phasing to this development? Is the northern block phase first and the southern block second? Because that might help with the development.
So sorry, I probably muddled things by using the word phasing. There is no phase. The intention of Bellway is not to build out in a phased approach, although the outline did offer that. It will be one complete work because they need to get the infrastructure in certain stages. That's why there's that sensitivity around occupation and where the play equipment is going to be to make sure it's safely accessed. So, but it's not a phase scheme.
Can I just comment?
Yes.
Can it be conditioned that it's phased so that the infrastructure elements go in across the development, like the northern portion was built out first, so the recreation access and social area?
We wouldn't expect a development of this scale to come forward in phases. Obviously, we start somewhere and end somewhere, so I guess that's kind of your phasing. But we wouldn't expect it to be delivered phasing. I'm just conscious here that we might make a decision, or members might make a decision that is in conflict with how the proposal might be built out, or as my colleague said, we don't exactly know where the play space would be. An option open to members is to delegate approval to the head of development in consultation with local members, subject to further discussion on that particular condition. And then that gives us an opportunity to talk to the development about their intentions. And we can hopefully provide a trigger point that early enough that that gives members that reassurance, but also is practical in terms of how the site is going to be delivered. Obviously, that's up to you members, but that might be a suggestion that you may wish to consider. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Troy, yes.
I was just going to suggest that that last suggestion sounded fairly reasonable. I don't know how to word it, but I would be good to actually support that.
Well. Members have any other further comments? Councillor Fletcher, sorry, I'll come back to you in a moment.
Really interesting question. To start off with, I obviously agree that we should make sure that the design and location of the place is decided at that very early stage. In terms of when it comes into operation, I can see that there is a difficulty in knowing exactly when it's likely to be possible to bring it into operation without interfering with the construction. But I was a little concerned about the suggestion of a 75% build out figure. That did seem to be late in the day. And so in line with the suggestion that there should be full negotiation, I was wondering whether with a view to bringing play facilities into operation as soon as practical, might be the way of working that.
Can I suggest perhaps as an alternative, members, because as soon as it's practical, there's these elements of doubt in the mind, is that if the details of the play equipment needs to be agreed before slab level, the timetable for its delivery can be agreed at that point as well, because at that point in time, the developer will understand how the development is going to build out, timings, etc., the location we know, and then through that negotiation process, we'll be able to get it at the earliest practical opportunity.
You have condition to amend. Moving forward. Oh, sorry, apologies, Councillor Clark, I forgot. Sorry.
Fine, Chair. Question I have, two questions about officers. I mean, basically, we know this was turned down for the reasons before the plan reasons, and basically it went to appeal, and we also get that's fine. So it wasn't a political decision, it was a planning decision, despite the comments of some. Comment on the traffic, on the internal design. The roads are very, very narrow. I mean, is all of this going to be shared surface? Because I'm quite concerned about the fact of the narrowness of the roads. So can you please clarify on that? I heard what was said about the play provision. If I read the precondition, the occupation conditions and stuff, I see nothing in it, and I'm quite concerned about it. About soft and hard landscaping in view of the applicant. And it seems really need to be nailed down before. So the question I've got is in planning 11, it says, fully the open spaces and paper. Open spaces, does that cover the hard and the soft landscaping? When I looked at the planning appeal documents and that sort of thing, I couldn't find anything. It means they're not there, or I just couldn't find it. So in summary, therefore, the roads, I'm dealing with the soft and hard landscaping. Because for me, the play provision, the play provision is quite easily dealt with by just agreeing that the local members are involved. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
So, West Sussex County Council, they put comments about the internal road design. They've talked about raised tables. The notion of the street hierarchy, and that includes design of the width of the principal spinal road, and also the secondary roads and the surfacing, they're all based on sort of good design basics and principles. And the idea is to calm traffic as it because they don't get speed boy races down Spinal Road. But there has been that issue about are we presented in the application with the definitive final appropriate design for surfaces? Probably not, so that's why we've got condition 13, which is similar to the one that was referenced in the previous application. So we do have that control there that we reserve in the final set of details, the final devised design through consultation with county to really get to grips with these junctions and the raised table interactions and the road users. So I hope you can take that condition as reassurance that those issues will be appropriately addressed by officers. There is a little bit of overlap, which you pointed out, councillor, about condition 11, the open space, and some of the items illustrated are also within the more typical open space, landscaping condition that was actually in this case imposed on the outline. So it is there, it's just not within the reserved matters, and because our planning guidance is not to duplicate conditions unnecessarily, the control is through the discharge of that outline condition. So probably what will happen is in the conversation around the open space and the play provision, it will be worked up in tandem with the soft landscaping through the consultants that the developer will instruct and employ. So I imagine the approach taken will be to discharge both together because they're more or less doing a lot of overlap.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, if I could just come back on that. I mean, I haven't picked that up in the field of the other bit, so I thought I might have missed it, but I haven't picked it up. I just think it's very important. In previous experience of other developments, that there's often the hard landscape in the original layout down. Needs to be clear when we work forward in this. And I also think that getting local members involved, I think is very good.
Just kind of question for the officers. There we go. Adrian. With posing and then. So now. I ask you to do that. The note before us, the note report is that we amend conditions 11 and 7, and the officer will read those out to us now. Thank you.
I won't read out the full wording of the condition, but I'll explain wording based on what I've been told to go in. So in condition 7, which asks for details of materials and finishes, I should also ask for details of the location and appearance of all soil and vent pipes. And on playing facilities on condition 11, notwithstanding the submitted details, no development above ground floor slab level shall commence until full details of the open spaces and play provision, including a timetable for its delivery, has been submitted and approved, and the condition follows on as worded in the report, in consultation with local members, as I've just been politely reminded.
Councillor Bain, can you just confirm that that is your motion, that reflects your motion?
Yes, I would. I'd like to propose that.
We have a second. That's the project. Thank you. Therefore, we'll take a vote on the application with the amended conditions as read out by the officer. So all to approve the application, all those in favour? Any against? Any abstention? Oh, you got against or abstention? Thanks. Okay. Okay, therefore, the application is approved. Thank you. Okay, just wait for those who are leaving to leave. It's not a few. I made this thing say so. Yeah, I heard that. Okay, thank you. Councillor Manton. Now, if you want a tea, take your tea with you. Okay, item number 9 on the agenda is it's DC 23-2282, 2 Jenners Field, Rock Road, Washington. Please to the officer to send the application to the committee.
Good evening, this application seeks planning permission for the change of use of a parcel of land adjacent to 2 Jenners Field for use as a dog daycare facility. The current lawful use of the land is as paddocks associated with number 2 Jenners Field. Jenners Field is located in the countryside between the settlements of Heath Common and Washington. This is an aerial photograph of the site as it stood in 2018. And this is an aerial photo taken this year. This is the layout of the site with the land split into 4 enclosed parcels and using both the existing timber structures on the site shown in brown. These photographs show those enclosed parcels, and this shows the existing structures on the site. And this is the site as seen from Rock Road, with an area already available on site for owners to drop and collect their dogs. The application states that the site would operate from 10 AM to 7 PM Monday to Friday, 10 AM to 6 PM on Saturdays, with no use on Sundays. It would accommodate up to 40 dogs at any one time, with drop-off limited to 7 AM to 9 AM and pick-up from 4 PM. There would be no overnight kennelling. Whilst it is acknowledged that the site may employ 4 persons additional to the applicants, the impact of noise from 40 dogs on the site cannot be controlled and would be harmful to the amenities of the nearby residents. The intensity of use would also result in adverse levels of activity in the countryside location, whilst water neutrality has also not been satisfactorily demonstrated. The application is recommended for refusal on this basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to interview. It's getting late, it's not past my original now. I'd like to ask Hugh Gilbert, please. You have 2 minutes.
Councillors, thank you. I've been a user of Parking Success, the company involved, for 4 years now, and I find it to be an excellent company. They have a high standard of care and have 5-star rating from Horsham District Council in their animal license. Owners have been, the owners of the site have been using the area as a successful business for some 26 years. They've had no complaints, and no complaints about noise either. As a matter of noise of the dogs, when dogs are in a supervised pack, they tend to be really quite quiet. The business provides employment for young people in the area, and it also acts as a career development path for people who want to work in animal welfare. And since I've been using Barking Success, I have noticed a number of people doing exactly that. They have an excellent reputation as an amenity, and they are a respected local business. They contribute to other residents' work habits as well. I'm a photographer and I park my dog with them. It enables me to go on into historic houses to take photographs and so forth, and it also allows me to employ assistants. So they encourage and enable me to employ other people as well. A similar local business, which has been touted for their use, is already overloaded with dogs, and it's also all inside and isn't really suitable. In the interest of fairness, I understand that no planning officer has actually visited the site or spoken to the owners of the business. And I think it would be a useful thing for them to do that and to enable us a balanced view of what's going on. I understand that the planning has been slated for or proposed for refusal, and I would ask you to consider the employment of the people who work there and their career paths, and young people especially who work there. The local amenity for the care of dogs we need. The area is much more water saving than paddock would be, especially when taking into account the washing of horse blankets. The development is certainly a socially needed facility.
I ask you to bring your comments to conclusion.
I am concluding with it's a business I would like to see continuing and providing all of this locally with a really useful service. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand that Adam Francis is in order. And that James Thorns had to leave early, and therefore the officer will read out a statement from James Thorns.
On behalf of James Thorns, I strongly object to this application. It's in the wrong location and unsafe. Due to the refusal earlier this year, the owners had refurbished the property and built stables to remarket to the equestrian market. And in recent weeks, it seems to have been sold at its sale agreed. Does this mean this appeal is a waste of time? The property is located near a blind bend and the road is a shortcut for traffic leaving Sorrington to get onto A24 and at its worst between the hours of 8 AM and 9:30 AM and again 4:30 and 6 PM. This no doubt will be the typical drop-off time for the dogs. The road is used by school buses and the nearby concrete block company, and the corner in particular will come to a halt as vehicles are negotiating the bend. There is a 50-mile-per-hour speed sign outside the property, and the vehicles travelling around the corner will have to brake if vehicles are queuing to turn into the site. Apart from the traffic, the noise will affect all the nearby properties, and in such a small area, I can't imagine what it would be like. There are so many objections to this application, and the people who support are not local, but it shows there is need for such business. The previous site, Clayton Kennels, applicants have been sold off for development, and I'm surprised they are not investing in a similar size site. There is land for sale in Lower Beeding, Henfield and Fittleworth, all local and reasonably priced. Why this location? The water neutrality report states that rainwater will be sufficient. What about the summer times? What about drainage, as I'm sure it gets very wet and muddy? I cannot understand how they would obtain the basic needs of the dog, water and exercise for the number of dogs. Walking to the nearest footpaths will mean going on the unpaved road. Again, a dangerous option, especially near this dangerous bend. The adjacent field has sheep most of the year. This will be a huge risk and a worry for the farmer. There are many horses locally who walking past this site from sudden barking dogs may spook the horse.
Thank you. Local board members, I invite Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair.
obviously there is a real balance here between economic need and the needs of business and career development and so on against the neighbours and their right, their human right to acquire family life. So I do have concern about this and can see that also there is a missing water neutrality statement, missing mitigation of the barking noises, and also concerns raised by National Union around the adverse effects of the integrity on the Arran Valley designated sites that can't be ruled out. So I do have some serious concerns about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. Councillor Beard.
Yeah, and happy to add that have heard many voices in the local community very anxious above anything about the noise and how that will impact their personal lifestyles.
Okay, thank you. Any other member have any comments to make on this? Councillor Surface.
I support the officer recommendation. I know this road very well, Rock Road, not least because I use it virtually every day. And the junction at the top here, in that corner, just below where it says Roman Road, Corsor, is pretty nearly a 90-degree angle. A very sharp turn, and traffic has to go to a literally almost stop there to get around the corner. And the road itself, whilst it isn't, Rock Road isn't a single track road, it is quite a narrow road. And despite that, some of the traffic goes pretty fast along that road. In fact, I've got a feeling, I don't know whether the officers can help, that the speed limit is something. Do we know what the speed limit is? I think it always used to be 50, yeah. So you've got a narrowish road with a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit, and then you'll have a number of people turning into the site, which I don't think from a safety point of view is desperately satisfactory. There's such a lot of information too, as pointed out, that's missing from this application. So it seems to me we have no serious alternative to turn this application down.
Thank you, Councillor Surface. Any other final comments? No? In that case, I propose we go to the votes. This particular item. Apologies. This is the recommendation is to refuse planning permission. Therefore, I propose we vote on this applicant. All those in favour of refusal? Any against? Any abstentions?
One against and two.
Okay, therefore, we'll just check that, did we? And one abstention.
I think that you said 59 candidates. Okay.
You good? Okay, thank you. Therefore,
It doesn't make any difference.
therefore, the application is refused. Thank you. Moving on to item number 10, this is DC 240511, Wood Grange, Enfield Road, Household. Please for the officer present the application to the committee.
This application relates to a Grade 2 listed building located towards the southern end of Calfold. Site lies within the defined settlement boundary of Calfold and is adjoined by residential development to the south, east and west, with a commercial garage abutting to the north. The site includes a former coach house on the northern boundary of the site, known as Wood Grange Lodge. This coach house comprises garaging at ground floor and a one-bedroom flat at first floor. This is an aerial photograph taken this year before trees along the western boundary were felled. This is the front of the site as is seen from the street. And these photographs show the current condition of the coach house. This photograph shows the western side boundary with the new housing development at Summer Meadow in the background. And this shows the southwestern corner of the site with the adjacent Grade 2 listed Bull's house behind the evergreen trees. The application proposes 2 new dwellings in the rear garden of the Grade 2 listed Wood Grange. It also proposes to convert Wood Grange Lodge, the coach house, into two bedroom flats with separate small ancillary workshop at ground floor level to the front. A new detached garage with office above is also proposed to serve Wood Grange. No alterations are proposed to the listed building itself. This is the layout of the site. And this plan helps to better identify those various components of the application. The 2 new 3-bedroom houses would be contemporary in design, comprising timber walls and a metal roof. These elevations are for House 1, and this is a visual of House 1. House 2 would be of the same scale, but with a slightly different design, as per this visual here. These are the floor plans and elevations of the proposed garage for the main listed building of Wood Grange. The rear part of the coach house is to be remodelled, with the more historic front part repaired. The remodelled coach house would use the same design approaches and materials as for the new houses. And this is a visual of the remodelled coach house. These are the ground and existing and proposed ground and first floor plans for the coach house, with the new flat shown blue and the workshop in yellow. The applicant has provided further visuals to help explain the appearance and relationship between the various new buildings and the existing. This visual shows the site from the street side, and this is from the rear. And this is from within the site itself. Section 66 of the Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act requires that decision makers must have special regard to preserving the setting of a listed building. The Council's Senior Conservation Officer advises that the works will result in less than substantial harm to the setting of Wood Grange, and has clarified that there will be no heritage harm to the setting of the nearby listed building to the south, known as Bull's House. He raises no objection overall. Paragraph 208 of the MPPF requires that less than substantial harm be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal, which in this case comprised the net addition of 3 new homes. Officers recommend that this public benefit outweighs the less than substantial harm identified to the setting of Wood Grange. The proposal otherwise represents a high quality design approach, and given the absence of other concerns, officers recommend that the application be approved, subject to the recommended conditions, and note the updated conditions within the addendum notes, and also the completion of the Section 106 agreement to secure the off-site water neutrality offsetting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I invite Dale Mayhew, please. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. The application site is located within the defined built-up area of Cowfold. It is in a location where all tiers of planning guidance seek to deliver new housing to meet the needs of the area. This is wholly in accordance with the principles of sustainable development. The scheme is to be served by an access that has long been used by both Wood Grange and the Lodge. This section of Penfield Road is subject to a 30-mile-per-hour speed restriction, which is reflective of its character in a built-up area with numerous access points and driveways serving surrounding properties. Your highway authority have assessed the scheme and confirmed that it does not raise any highway safety or capacity concerns. The proposal provides sufficient parking spaces to serve both the existing and proposed properties to accord with requisite standards. It would not result in any additional on-street parking. The site is at the lowest risk of flooding from all sources. It is within Zone 1, which has a less than 1 in 1,000 chance of flooding. The application is supported by a technical appraisal which demonstrates the preferred option for surface water to be stored on site and discharged at a rate that is equivalent to a green field. This is ensured through the proposed condition 5. On this basis, the development would not add to any flood risk off-site. And this is reflected in the comments of your lead local flood authority, who raised no objection to the scheme. Both Southern Water and your authority's drainage officer note that building regulations provide robust regulatory control in respect of foul drainage. As set out in the committee report, this affords requisite management of this design detail of the scheme. Your officers have confirmed that the application is supportable, and I ask you to endorse their recommendation and grant planning permission. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ben Kirk, please, you have 2 minutes as well.
Good evening. I'd like to take a moment to explain.
Sorry, is your microphone on?
No.
That's it. Thank you.
Good evening. I'd like to take a moment to explain the proposed development, its evolution, and the final scheme now before you. Our client has been custodian of Wood Grange since 2020. During this time, we've worked closely with them to research the building's history, understand its significance, and develop a detailed restoration plan using traditional materials and craftsmanship to restore the house to its former glory. Throughout the process, working in close collaboration with the Council Conservation Officer. Wood Grange was originally built on a small plot of land near the road. The land to the west of the house, the development site, was never part of the historical curtilage, and it's only been used as part of the garden since the 20th century. Additionally, the historic lodge building next to the house underwent significant 20th century extensions, which includes a modern structure which houses a flat. This modern addition attracts from the historic character of both the lodge and Wood Grange main house. From the outset, we have aimed to ensure that any development would respect the historical setting of the house and seek to remove or replace unsightly elements on site. Recognising the sensitivity of the location, we've engaged in pre-application discussions with planning officers and with the conservation officer to develop a scheme that complements the site without overshadowing or undermining its historical value. The initial pre-application proposal was since revised in response to feedback from the conservation officer. With the exception of the garage building, which will serve Wood Grange, the design of the new buildings takes a modern approach using materials that respect the existing architectural palette without attempting to replicate it. This ensures a harmonious integration of old and new with the historic building remaining the dominant feature on the site. We acknowledge that modern architecture is not always to everybody's taste. However, we do believe that this is the right approach, which has been supported by your officers, and we do really think it is the right one. As demonstrated by the ongoing restoration works of Wood Grange, our client is committed to creating high quality development using the finest materials and skilled craftsmen. We hope that you're able to support this approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask Kevin Shaw, please? You have 2 minutes as well.
Good evening, councillors, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity tonight to speak. My name is Kevin Shaw, and I am the homeowner, and applicant for the development at Wood Grange. This is not just a project for me. It's about ensuring our family home and its surroundings contribute positively to our community and heritage for years to come. When we purchased Wood Grange in 2020, it was uninhabitable and in an extremely poor state. Over the past 4 years, we have painstakingly restored this beautiful Great Listed building back to its former glory, working closely with experts like Ben Kirk and your conservation officer, Sean Wicks. Using traditional methods and materials, we've ensured the historic home is preserved to the highest of standards. As one of the first properties seen when entering the village from the south, Wood Grange is a landmark for Calfar. We understand we are merely custodians of this property, and we hope the investment that we've made allows it to be enjoyed by the community for generations to come. This proposal is about creating a multi-generational development for my family. I live here with my partner and our 3 young boys who attend the local school. And one of the proposed dwellings is intended for my mum. The development has been designed to respect the character of the area whilst contributing to the local housing needs in a sustainable and thoughtful way. As a family, we are deeply invested in this home and this community. This proposal is about preserving heritage, enhancing the site, and meeting the needs of both our family and the local area. I respectfully ask for your support of this carefully considered application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I invite Rachel Denton, sorry, apologies if I mispronounced that. You have 2 minutes.
It's fine this evening. I'm Rachel Detman and I live at Paul's house.
You can speak to the person from the microphone.
Okay, I'm Rachel Detman and I live at Paul's house, the property at the southern boundary of the Wood Grange development. I'm here to voice my strong objection, largely to the building of 2 new detached dwellings. Little thought has been given to the impact that the 2 new detached dwellings with first floor balconies will have on close neighbouring Grade 2 listed Paul's house and its occupants. Rightly, much has been said regarding the impact on Wood Grange and its residents, but Paul's house will be much closer to the 2 new homes and will therefore be more highly impacted. Apart from the loss of privacy, there is additional noise that 2 extra families will bring to what is currently 1 family garden. Whilst the designs look lovely, a first floor balcony is wholly inappropriate and will negatively impact the lives of those living at Paul's house and, if planning does go ahead, should be removed from the design. We've already endured a great deal of disruption during renovations to Wood Grange, hampering our daily lives, especially as we both work from home. I shouldn't have to wear earplugs all day. Whilst the proposed development site is in flood zone 1, Paul's house, a property older than Wood Grange, is in zone 2. I appreciate the comments taken from data used to manage risk, but here, living in that risk, the reality is that flooding is an increasing occurrence of 3 to 4 times each year during the past 10 years, not the 3 to 4 times over the whole 10-year period as stated in the document. The failure of the subsystem in place at neighbouring summer meadows leaves me with little confidence in the system intended to manage surface water runoff and any increase in flooding for existing properties. Dismissing this as irrelevant to the development does not bolster my confidence. The use of mitigation measures to ensure water neutrality are a complete greenwash and is unacceptable. If the development cannot be water neutral, then surely it cannot be granted permission. If we truly care about our environment, then we have to do it properly. Offsetting to another site is kicking the can down the road. Finally, the comments made by Calthorpe Parish Council regarding parking issues along the Henfield Road seem not to have been given consideration. It is an issue. I can only imagine that the highways assessment was carried out remotely or on a day when the developer placed cones outside Wood Grange preventing anyone from parking. Thank you for your time, and I hope you will reject in part the proposal of the 2 detached dwellings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jonathan Gray. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman, councillors, the proposed development at Wood Grange raises serious issues related to inappropriate development, harm to residential amenity, drainage and sewage management, as well as unlawful encroachment. I'm asking the planning committee to refuse this application. Firstly, I ask the planning committee to prioritise the objections raised by Calthorpe Parish Council. It's essential that their voices, like those amongst you with the most local knowledge, are taken into account. Secondly, I wish to highlight the report's understatement of the potential harm to residential amenity in the area. Wood Grange has been a building site for the last 4 years already, with its harmful impact, waste left on site, A number of toxic bonfires previously reported to council in 2016. The prolonging of this state for several more years to come is unreasonable. Thirdly, the lack of detailed information regarding drainage and particularly sewage arrangements is deeply concerning. Without explicit permissions obtained, the assumption that this is simply a matter for building regulations at a later time does not do justice to this real issue. Penfield Road area near the development has suffered from sewage discharges onto the roads and pathways in times of heavy rain in each of the last 3 years, requiring the intervention of the So a significant plan with permissions is required and should be presented before any planning could be approved. Lastly, the issue of unlawful encroachment by the developer. The developer has recently erected a fence on land he does not own. Whilst encroachment is a legal issue rather than a planning matter, the planning committee may be seen as inadvertently condoning this unlawful encroachment by approving the application. This was advised to the planning department in July, is published in the application comments, but forms no part of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will ask the officers on the points.
A few points we went there and I'll respond to them, but still find the predicate in the chair. The first point raised was around amenity impact on Gould's Cottage. And if you can see my cursor, I might even see if I can hear it. Gould's Cottage is close to the southern boundary, on the bottom left of your screen there, with most of its amenities spaced to the side and front. The distance, closest distance, elevation to elevation, is 21 to 22 metres, which is just within the council's general standards. This image here probably shows the relationship better. Paul's house is located behind the evergreen trees in the centre of the screen there, and those trees sit on the application's side of the boundary, as we understand. There's also, as part of the package of plans, an art report that shows that those trees are to be retained, and those trees provide screening between Paul's house and the development site. Because it's true, the houses do have balconies at the rear, as you perhaps can see at the top right there. It's important to note that Paul's house is located close to the boundary of this site. And from looking at historic plans of Paul's house, it has one window at first floor level, which would be potentially impacted if those evergreens faded. That's a fourth window to a first floor bedroom. So the view of officers is that the amenity impact here on Paul's house is in the round acceptable. In terms of flood risk, as has been pointed out, the site is not within the flood zone, but clearly the flood zone does pass within the curtilage of Paul's house, and certainly the owners of Paul's house put in very detailed information evidencing the flooding that occurs on their property. As a consequence to that, the applicants submitted a review of the flood risk of the site, looking both at fluvial flood risk and surface water flood risk as well. And that was professionally produced. That was then assessed by the lead local flood authority of the county, who responded and said they have no objections. They consider the flood surface water drainage here can be suitably managed to certainly not add to impacts that Brooks House are experiencing. And they recommended a suite of conditions which are reflected in condition 5 as amended in the addendum, and condition 18 as well. So officers in the lead flood authority are comfortable that surface water here can be suitably managed to avoid increasing impact elsewhere in accordance with the privacy policy. In terms of the fence, the last matter raised there, that's not material here for the consideration today. That's a separate enforcement matter that could need investigating. There is a condition on the recommendation asking for details of boundary treatments, and if this application is approved, clearly boundary treatments would need to come forward and be evidence to be on the applicant's side under their ownership at that point in time. I believe that answers the key questions, the key matters that were raised by the third parties. One additional one, parking on Henfield Road, as raised by the parish. This application site has 8, I can find the right drawing here for you, 8 on-site spaces for
the two flats for two houses, as well as five with existing houses at Wood Grange. County parking standards ask for just shy of 8. It's also worth noting that there is further space in the forecourts to the two new dwellings for overspill parking if needed. There are no parking restrictions on Henfield Road. I did try and find a photograph from the street view of parking along there, but it was intermittent. But from my personal knowledge, I do know the parking there does get heavy at times with passing. So I want to give you that reassurance there, that I'm not trying to say otherwise. But fundamentally, the view of highways and as officers is there sufficient parking on the summit, and that this wouldn't cause a highway safety issue for users who would be able to exit the site in the forward gear in a safe manner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll now ask the board members, starting with Councillor Joanne Knowles.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is, the houses look as though they've been well thought through, which is great. But the idea that this will not result in any off-site parking is just not possible. Living in a village, in a rural location, the car ownership must be higher than it would be in the flats that have been used in this application. We have a bus once an hour to Horsham and Brighton, and it's not possible to cycle safely from the village anywhere on the A281 or the A272. So this is going to create more on-road parking for guests and for the 3-bedroom houses, where doubtless at some point there will be some young people living as well, and they require cars because there's no other way to get around. The proximity of listed buildings, I'm amazed that that's okay, but it has been passed and we've been told that that's acceptable. I'm delighted that the owner's doing their bit for the community, but luckily we have 80 more houses already coming in the village, so we are probably covered on housing for the short term. The idea that this will result in 2 vehicle movements in the morning and 1 in the evening, did I read that right? Is that possible? That's all you're anticipating from this number of adults? I know some of us are working from home, but we still have to go out to meetings. 16 daily vehicle movements. It's going to have a major impact on Halford, which is already a site of severe pollution. We know we have we're one of the AQMA sites, and this is going to add to it. And I don't see any measures that are going to resolve that in any way. Yeah, it's a difficult one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lambert.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I agree with Councillor Knowles said. The A281 Henfield Road is a nightmare. As you come in, especially along by the garage, cars are parked, no curtail, day in, day out. So if they do need to park off site, they're going to have a bit of a hike. However, that will get them interested enough that they can then walk to the co-op without taking their car, which would make it sustainable because you can walk to the co-op, and you're right, there's a bus 1 an hour there to Brighton and 1 an hour to Horsham. Do I like it? No, I don't. Do I consider it overdevelopment? Yes, I do. It's water neutral. 11D is the tilting balance comes into play, and it's got to be in favour of development. So I cannot find any planning ground or policy to vote against this. So voting no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members wishing? Councillor Circus, yes.
Thanks very much, Chairman. I have to say, listening to the speakers and then looking at the visuals, I thought we were hearing about something other than what we were looking at on the screen. Because frankly, the new properties, maybe it says something about my age and background, but I can't help feeling that they're downright unsightly. I think they're ugly and unsightly. The idea that they represent a harmonious mixture of old and new, well, I can only say it strikes me as quite absurd. And clearly it is the view of the parish council that that's the case, as they rightly say in their conclusions. What is interesting is the comment of the conservation officer, because it's clear that the HDC conservation officer is less than impressed. We have this comment here, which is quite correct. A house of this quality, size and age deserves a generous garden area and space in which to be appreciated as more than just a village dwelling. The proposal will significantly reduce the area of garden accessible to any future occupant. I'm not really concerned with what may have been the situation at various times. That statement is clearly correct. And how do I know it's correct? Because I remember somewhere I got it, so I could dig it out if I didn't know it. An inspector's decision about a listed property in Heath Common, where the inspector said how important it was for a listed building to have surrounding grounds that were appropriate to the size and status of the building. So that principle, which is enunciated by our conservation officer, has been, to my knowledge, as I say, I can produce the report if necessary, has been endorsed by a government inspector on the team. So I find this application thoroughly unacceptable for a number of reasons, and I certainly couldn't support it personally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other, Councillor Fisher, yes.
I agree with Councillor Circus that this is not a harmonious balance of old and new. It's just incongruous in my view, and I'm surprised that is being put forward. But the other thing is, we hear that the applicant has an HMO in Crawley. I'm just wondering if what the intention, we put a condition on the intention or the use of this, whether the housing is to be sold, or if it would be holiday lets and stop that from being put a condition on it, making it not a holiday let, which would increase the toings and froings and comings and goings, and won't be sensible. I think it's possible.
Thank you.
We'll just clarifying the points about HMO and community development rights, just to be clear, Councillor Fisher. In terms of Councillor Circus's points around size of grounds being proportionate to the status of the listed building, that is obviously a material consideration on heritage assets, and that has been considered by the conservation officer here, where he notes in that same paragraph that thought has been given to ensuring the proportionate area of garden remains usable for the occupants, and he's satisfied this retained area is proportionate. So that has factored in to the conservation officer's comments, appreciating you perhaps have a different view on that. So that is a material consideration, has been considered. Our heritage officer considers it to be acceptable. It's a matter of planning judgment. In terms of
HMO, if looking on the government website, if more than 3 tenants live there, forming more than one household, then it requires planning permissions and a license. So 3 individuals could live in a property. it would still be considered a C3 market dwelling. But if more than that, then effectively it needs permission and a license to do so. So if that's not the proposal for us, and if that were the proposal, they would have to come back and we would consider it. So you can't add a condition on for something that requires planning permission in its own right and that they're not applying for. Thank you.
Could you address the question about Airbnb renting rooms as well? Thank you.
Generally speaking, it doesn't require planning permission if you get them to be using it as a holiday let. Obviously, if you're Airbnb it in terms of just renting it out as anybody would rent a house, that doesn't require planning permission, and it would not be reasonable to restrict it. You know, I guess it depends on the length of the tenancy and whether or not it's effectively a change of use or not, which is always a matter of fact and degree. So we wouldn't generally put a condition on saying the property can't be an Airbnb because it will either require planning permission or it won't in terms of how it's going to be used. You know, you can have long lets on Airbnb, can't you? And that's no different to renting out a house from an estate agent. So I think we just need to be a bit mindful of that. Thank you.
Councillor Croker.
Thank you, Chair. Like Councillor Circus, these proposals are somewhat anomalous to the area. But I'm particularly concerned about the use of metal roofs, purely from the internal acoustics point of view. I was wondering if we are inclined to approve this application, that we modify condition 4.1 by adding something along the lines of with regard to internal rain noise transmission. So 4.1 is looking at roof sections. That's right.
Just to clarify, you're not saying they can't implement it, we just want to understand the details of noise, acoustic performance, etc. Except
Has been, yes, they have been assessed by
sure. Metal roofs are fairly common now on contemporary design buildings. So we'll be driving testing and there are construction methods like that with that acoustic performance. But if you want to see that, come out that as a condition. I don't think it's strictly necessary. Would be my advice.
okay. In that case, I'll take it. Thank you.
I just want to comment on the design approach here. We've got a few comments on that. We in planning we have to kind of the walls our personal taste on something, whether we like it, whether we want to live there, against the actual test, which is it acceptable? Is it an acceptable design? And I think we just need to be very mindful that it's not a personal taste around modern design. And it's not unusual. In fact, it's quite common to have modern design set against historic. Google it, you'll find loads. It's not unusual, and it's a way in which you can retain that historic character, and you don't get this kind of pastiche trying to be that building. It's not trying to be it. It's being something quite different, and enabling that main listed building to be the focal point on that frontage there, and having a different design approach to the rear. So I just think we need to be very mindful about what our personal views are on modern design, because it is a love-hate thing, and what is acceptable or not in planning terms. So I think members just need to be mindful of that in your decision making. Thank you.
We can see who was first, but Councillor Vanderbilt.
Thank you. Yeah, I live under a metal roof. It's actually quite soothing. I like these. I think it looks great. what bothers me obviously is people in Bull's house and the impact on them. There was mention that the large firs, conifers might be retained. I wonder whether we can condition that so that they are retained, because they present a buffer, visual buffer.
Just to clarify, the image I've put up is from the tree arbor report that's been submitted. This is their tree protection plan that shows in the bottom left there all the trees on that boundary to be retained. We also have condition 8, which is the hardened soft landscaping scheme requiring details of all trees and planting to be retained, including protection measures and all proposed trees and planting to be detailed as well. So there can be an element of improving that boundary if necessary.
So they will be retained.
Correct.
By condition.
Correct.
Councillor Clark, sorry, I've come to you moment. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. Carrying Councillor Vandenborg, trip down nostalgia lane that I remember very much going to see under a roof, tin roof, next to the rains to rain. But I have a problem with water neutrality and water neutrality calculations. The problem is, I suspect officers are going to say there's not what you can do about it. 6.31 talks about an HMO limited to 6 people occupancy. That's fine. I know that. I also know in 6.3 that you need to mitigate by 240.83 litres over the existing baseline. The calculations, if my calculations are correct, on the back of an envelope, is that the HMO mitigation basically gives you about 25 litres per day slack. The problem with that is it assumes that you've got 7 people in the HMO. Now, if 1 or 2 fall off the perch, then of course water consumption goes down. So your mitigation, there's an argument about the mitigation, but if the occupation of the HMO goes up, then your mitigation effectively disappears completely, because 25 litres per day doesn't go very far. I suspect the officers are going to say there's not what you could do about it, but the question I've really got is how do you make sure that the HMO property doesn't increase in size? And I suspect I already know the answer. I'm trying to point out that the strategy of water neutrality is fundamentally flawed in a way, because you can't stop the HMO going up in size because it's not in our district. And how do you tell Crawley, wait, don't let that go through? So I give it to officers. Thank you. I hope you see what I mean.
Yes, I do. Yeah, it's similar to the situation I have with farms and cattle numbers fluctuating. So it says that the property is limited to 6-person occupancy. Obviously, if that increases, then they're able to do that at any point in time. Likewise, at any point in time, the number of occupants can decrease. The same with the family home. So if the number of people decreases, less mains water is used. So therefore, it's staying water neutral. And if more than 6 people are in there, then those efficiencies ramp up as well in a proportionate manner. So I'll refer back to cattle, saying for the second item on our agenda today, which was that there was sort of 250 cattle required to make the scheme water neutral. It's the same principle on the farm. If there's more cattle there which can't be controlled by condition, that is their permitted right to do so. The point is that baseline level of water, offsetting water, is always not coming out of the mains tap chain. So either because it's been directly mitigated, or because there's just simply not enough people in the property to use the same water as per the baseline 6 now. Hopefully I've made a bit of sense there. You're shaking your head. Apologies, perhaps it's getting a bit late, but
I'll try and come back to him. I mean, basically, as I said, you've got 25 litres per day spare in your water mitigation. One person, according to this, consumes 183 litres. Consuming 90 something litres. So one extra person consumes 90 litres. That's what 25 litres is. See what I mean?
yes, so the point here is it's the same, the 240 litres. So that can come from either being under occupied, or if it's over occupied, then that's still 240 is coming out because people are using the showers, yeah, with less water in the property.
I'll come to Mary, Councillor Baird. Councillor Stroke, just before.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little bit, sensitive to noise. All noises drive me bananas, they really do. And so I kind of feel quite strongly for the neighbor who has been putting up with, I don't know all the details. For the latter part of 4 years, I'm not quite sure how much further construction there is to do. And I don't also know, so there's a lot of unknowns to me here. There's also, I don't know what hours the builder has been restraining in or herself to do. But what I would like to do is to at least mitigate the impact of any further construction on the neighborhood by putting in some conditions that would just help them get through the noise. In terms of working hours, etc.
Great, thank you.
You could have a working hours condition, if you like, it's the usual to 8 AM, 6 PM, Monday to Friday, and Saturday morning.
Yeah,
You don't necessarily.
the difficulty for me is I haven't spoken with the neighbor beforehand, so I don't actually know what it was a sheep is suffering from. And is it something that maybe could just be done delegated and sort of maybe agree that, you know, an officer would work with both the builder and the neighbor and come to some kind of neighborly agreement?
We have to kind of consider what's reasonable in the round, and it's not usual that you would take into account the personal circumstances of one individual necessarily when you look at hours of operation. I think obviously the hours of operation that we usually impose, we don't usually impose it for minors, but there might be a good reason why members choose to do it here. It's not currently recommended, but they are standard hours of operation, which obviously our environmental health colleagues consider strike that balance from being able to construct the site but provide some protection for neighbours. So if you're particularly concerned about that, I would suggest that we impose the standard hours of operation condition, obviously separate to the planning process. Environmental health can investigate noise complaints as a separate statutory process. And obviously, no, there isn't a development proposed for the main building here, so whatever's happened is outside of planning control. But in terms of this development, I would suggest we go with the standard hours rather than trying to have something bespoke, and it's not something we would generally have as a point of negotiation with a third party.
I think I would like to propose it. I'm quite conscious that perhaps the builder already adheres to it. In which case it's, we're not effectively changing anything in terms of.
So, Councillor Stroke, you wish to propose the regulatory requirement that the officers put forward? Yes, the hours of operation.
The builder adheres to the standards of hours of operation.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that condition? All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Therefore, the condition of operating hours will be added to this particular application. Okay, now move to vote on the motion. Sorry. Oh, sorry, apologies, Councillor Dennis. I did say I'd come back to you, and I forgot to do apologise.
So 2 points really. Firstly, we are just a point for me to understand. You're actually saying that because the conservation officer said in his reasonable judgment there was enough land and gardens and light with putting that particular grade two listed house. And that's something that we can't question, or we can't actually say that we have a different judgment call on what's reasonable. That's the first thing I'd like to do.
You can indeed, Councillor Dennis, you could disagree. Obviously, you need to have regard to those professional comments, but you were entitled as a committee to take a different view. Obviously, you'd have to substantiate that and be able to defend it, but yes, you can have a different view.
And then secondly, I think I'd like to remove some of the comments. I don't dislike the houses that are there, but I don't think they're right in that location. I think they're too large. And they certainly, to my mind, they're far too large next to that grade two listed building. And if we'd seen something much smaller, like Newsom, or perhaps something like the Stables, it would have looked different, perhaps with one character. But I certainly think that particular design of the house has been put in that location. But notwithstanding, I actually think the plot should have been left as it is without division of the two houses.
Councillor Beard, yes, sorry.
Just really quickly, it's a design one. I'm just really conscious that the two, you know, yeah, in the two houses, the windows that are on the side panels, they're actually facing each other, the two in the middle. It's their bathrooms on the upstairs, and I can see that you've got the vertical, sorry. The vertical standing metal to kind of obscure a little bit. They're right opposite each other. And I find downstairs the dining room, that's really in each other's faces, in my opinion.
I don't know if you can just sort of see on this bottom here. There is vertical metal cladding, directional use, overlooking litigation. That's
Okay, we just need to come back to the board members. Councillor Knowles, do you have any further to add?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask a further question actually of the officers. Does this mean that any of us with back gardens can start to look at developing them if we want to? That there's no requirement for us to maintain appropriate gardens for listed houses. That I think, and I agree with Councillor Dennis, a smaller development could have worked, but this just is overbearing the situation. Can anyone apply for planning permission to build in their garden?
The long and short of it, councillor, is yes, they
Yeah.
can, but it's all about context, it's all about impact and circumstances.
Do you really feel, officers, that the impact of this is not overbearing on both the village and on this house?
That is our view. We accept that people can have different views on this one.
Sure.
Because absolutely, but yes, it's a matter of judgment.
Councillor
Well, I still see there's no planning reason, but actually building in back gardens has already precedent has been set, hasn't it, in Summer Meadows? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
There seems to be a question how valid a position it is to take that those houses in the back garden are too big for the site. Could the officers comment, please?
Unfortunately, we don't have a good floor plan here, but we've got the elevations, etc., which show them to be sort of 1.5 stories in height, which does make them lower in height than the principal building in Wood Grange, which is clearly a 2-story building with quite a tall apex on the roof as well. So it would have a subservient scale at the back there, even though the footprint is fairly large, and that is sort of factored into officers' consideration. But usually, what you don't want is the background development over dominating and overpowering the primary building at the front of the site because of its height and form, etc. And as my sort of colleague said here, often a contemporary design visually sort of separates the new housing redevelopment from the more historic development at the front, which actually allows it to shine a little bit harder, shall we say, the appreciation of the historic building at the front can be more noticeable. Thank you.
Thank you. Any final comments? No? Okay. The recommendation is to approve planning committee subject to appropriate conditions and completion of the necessary section 106 agreement within 4 months of the decision of the committee or such non-period as agreed by the director of place acting reasonably and properly, including his legs, reasonably and properly, including the amendments in the addendum and the additional condition that we agreed. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Therefore, the application is approved. Okay, moving on to item number 11, BC 240345. Yes, Gates Farm, Stain Street, Hackensack. Please could the officer make their presentation.
This application site comprises an agricultural barn at Gates Farm located off the A29 south of Elmshurst. This is the barn as seen from the gated entrance to the farm. And this is the barn moving into the site. These are further pictures of the barn. And these are its floor plans and elevation. The application seeks to rebuild the barn as a 2-bedroom dwelling for occupation by an agricultural worker. This plan shows the new curtilage to the barn and its footprint, which will be largely identical to that of the existing barn. Permission has previously been granted under Class Q of the GPDA to convert the barn into a 2-bedroom dwelling. This is the floor plan of that proposal, and this is the largely identical floor plan for the proposed new dwelling. These are the elevations of the Class Q conversion, and these are the very similar elevations for the new dwelling. Class Q consent represents a viable fallback, which establishes the principle of a dwelling on this site. Yet this application essentially proposes to rebuild rather than convert the barn, leading to a new dwelling with largely the same impact. The application is recommended for approval on this basis, subject to the list of conditions on the officer's report and the additional condition within the accompanying addendum notes. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no public speakers, as you can see. Moving to the local board members. Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Chairman. I see no reason to object to this application. It seems perfectly reasonable, and with the previous Q application approval, it's not very different. So I see no grounds to object.
Thank you. Councillor Trollope.
Again, I'm going to parrot Councillor Bainham. I have no objection to this. I certainly looked at any planning considerations, and I will probably vote in favor and say, and in the meantime,
Okay, thank you. Any other member would like to comment? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. This poses a problem for me, because if you consult application 220025, which was passed, effectively, this planning application BC 240345 essentially is identical, slightly smaller. If I look at planning application 22025, in the officer's report, it actually states that the building is not considered as a two-bedroom house, because it has a study, and I quote, "The proposed building would have a 2 bedrooms and an office, however, it is accepted that the office could potentially be used as a 3rd bedroom." And then it goes on basically to calculate the water neutrality based on 3 bedrooms, not 2. The report in 24/35 for an identical building with 2 bedrooms and a study says it's a 2-bedroom house. There's already conflict there in the position. If I look at the calculations on water neutrality, which I must admit I didn't spend much time on, if I would have liked. The original planning application came up with 2 times 7,500 litre tanks to ensure water neutrality. Whereas the new planning permission, the new planning application is looking for 11,250 versus 14,000. Now, one of those is quite a small tank, 3,650. If I do a back of the envelope calculation, which I did very quickly, I am concerned that the water neutrality is not actually met, particularly if you look at the northeast rainfall numbers, where in particular, if you look at sort of April or May, it's 46.86 as against, let's say, November, which is 103. So you can see that the rainfall intensity varies markedly. I'm not saying that the calculations in this are wrong, but I do actually question, one, the contradictions, 2 identical applications, but a totally different set of calculations, and why that is. And I just look to officers to how do we address this? I've already raised this before the meeting with officers, and I think they may have a solution, but over to you. Yeah.
In terms of whether it's a 2 or 3 bedroom, this is the glass cube conversion of the office in the bottom right there. And this is the proposal of the slightly smaller office. I do believe it just about meets the internal space standards for a bedroom, and that's undertaken as an office. So on that basis, we could consider a 3 bedroom. In terms of the mitigation and the storage tank sizes, then what I understand from what you're saying there, councillor, is that what has been spec'd in the current water neutrality statement is not of sufficient size. My solution to that would probably be to amend condition 8, I think it is, 8, which refers to compliance with the water strategy, but that requires evidence to be submitted that it has been implemented. Perhaps we could include a line in there to include water storage suitable for 3 bedroom occupancy of the dwelling, and that way the water tank can be sized appropriately to meet 35 days for this level of occupancy. Would that address your concern?
Thank you. Yes, it would. It would certainly put the church in the middle of the village and just check the calculations. Thank you.
Councillor Clark, will put forward that condition, please? Yes. Would you like the officer to reread that?
I'd like to put forward that modified condition that if the officers would be kind enough to reread it, because I would like to know that fast. Thank you.
So it would be to amend condition 8 to require that the rainwater, writing as we go, rainwater tank to be sized for a 3 bedroom occupancy of the dwelling.
Appropriately. I'm not saying that this is what calculations is wrong, but my back of the envelope calculations throw enough questions to raise the issue.
So I've got here to require the rainwater tank to be sized appropriately for a 3 bedroom dwelling.
Thanks.
Thanks, Blue.
Function mode. Councillor Van der Ball. Apologies.
That's okay, thank you, Chairman. I just The windows were a little curious, I thought, they're very small down one side and quite clustered. Is that a planning requirement, or is that what they're putting forward? And is there scope to change that if they wanted to?
The design is intended to be first replicate the barn that's there to make it look like a general barn conversion. But any size windows, you never need to meet building regulations for the size of room that they serve. So they're being required and they're satisfied.
Could they change the number of windows if they wanted to?
They need to amend the plans to add extra windows in. We would have to sort of consider that's a non-material amendment to material amendment to any planning commission. But yes, they're going to.
Okay, any other comments? We have an additional amendment to a condition to amend the rainwater tank to the size appropriate for the 3-bedroom property. Do I have a proposal? Yes, Mr. Clark, seconder. Yeah. All those in favour? Thank you. Therefore, that condition will be added. Moving to the vote on this particular application. To approve planning commission subject to the appropriate conditions, including additional condition in the addendum. All those in favour? Thank you very much. Moving on to item, next item is urgent business. We're pleased to know there is much that we need. But I would like to thank the officers for their comprehensive committee report, their presentation this evening. I'd also like to thank the members for their contributions and involvement this evening during a very long process. And wish everyone a safe journey home. And 21:16, I bring the meeting to.
So that means I'm actually here. I don't know.